to the Geek Homeworld podcast. I am your host, Ed, aka the Savage Tech Man. We talk film, TV, and tech, all from a geek perspective. You can find us on X, Instagram, Facebook, and you can subscribe and follow on YouTube at Geek Homeworld. Don't forget to subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Be a part of the Geek Homeworld.
Hello, everyone. We are alive. We survived the Hurricane Helene, and we are here. Greetings. I'm Ed, host of the Geek Homeworld podcast. Oh, Lord. I got to say this right because I got a special guest here tonight. I can't say it. Find it where you're supposed to go to your website.
You are. I was going to ask you, is it geekhomeworld.com?
No, sir, it's not.
All right.
But it's on the socials. Wherever you find your podcast, I know you're gritting your teeth. But yeah.
All right, we'll see you guys later. All right.
I know he's out of here. We've got my co-host here, Digital Caveman of Digital Cavemann Presents. You can see there where he's at. Hello, Caveman. Welcome. Greetings. And of course, Dave Jackson is here from the School of Podcasting The School of Podcasting.com. Yeah. That's how you're supposed to do it.
That's how you're supposed to do it. I'm just here. Let me explain why.
Yes, sir.
Back in the day, there was a website called mp3.com. Huger than any other website ever. And there are musicians making a living on mp3.com. Mm-hmm. And people wouldn't give out their website. They just like, just go to mp3.com/Dave Jackson, right? Everybody, well, guess what? mp3.com got sued and sold and sued and sold, and it's gone. And so all these people had fans, and all they knew was go to mp3.com/Dave Jackson. And this is like 40 years ago, early days of the internet. Same thing with MySpace. If we go up to that, just myspace.com/Dave, and then it goes away. And everybody's like, well, where's Dave? I don't know. I just knew that. So if you have a website, which costs less than $20 a year, everybody knows, just go to geekhomeworld.com.
Because of you, sir, I've been not a lifelong, but the majority of this podcast, I've been a Libsyn.
There you go.
So I do have it at geekhomeworld.libsyn.com.
Okay.
But it doesn't have,
you don't own that, though. That's the problem.
I do not own it. I do not own the RSS feed, I guess.
Well, yeah.
Or do I?
Libsyn's not going out of business. So,
they're very reliable.
Yeah.
And Dave used to work for Libsyn.
8 years.
8 years.
Yeah. It's the head of podcasting there. Great company. My background's in teaching. And as I kind of went up and up and up the ladder there, I was getting further and further away from actually helping people. And nothing wrong with that. It just wasn't my jam. And looking back, I should have gone to them and said, hey, I'm not super happy with what I'm doing. Is there something else I could do in this company? I've never quit a job before. So that would have been the proper etiquette.
Right.
And instead, I had somebody approach me at Podpage, and I said, what would that look like? And it was everything I love to do. And so instead, I walked into Libsyn and said, hey, here's my 2 weeks. And they went, what? So
we can't end podcasting because you're leaving.
Yeah. So it was, I always tell people there's nothing wrong with Libsyn. It's I just left because this is a little more fun and this wasn't. And so I'm having a blast now at Podpage.
I'll have to check out Podpage. I have not yet. I need you to,
when I turned in my 2 weeks at my last job, they were just like, see ya.
Well, that was the fun part is they didn't want me to leave. So there was a little bidding war there for a little bit. That was kind of fun.
That's awesome. That's always fun.
Yeah. So that was fun. So, but
that I don't know why that
my last job was Walmart. So,
I kind of expected them to go, well, we wish you the best. And instead they're like, wait, hold on. Like,
don't leave.
No, it was during the period when they were transitioning from Sam Walton's company into what they are now. And
we both started before the dot.
What, 17 years ago? 17 years ago.
This is a math-free podcast. You know that, Caveman. You just said the bad word, math.
I said numbers, but I didn't say math. But you keep talking math.
I'm getting that bat lip from behind you,
getting my math tool out.
Yeah.
Don't you getting your abacus?
Yes. This is how I count.
Okay.
Nice.
We need Dave to do the shameless plug of where everybody can find him and all the wonderful things he's involved with and all that stuff, or however he prefers to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, if you're starting a podcast, or if you already got one and you need it to grow, come visit me at schoolofpodcasting.com. And then if you stand next to me for 20 minutes, I will start another podcast. So I have a bunch. If you just go to powerofpodcasting.com, that's everything I do, my book, my podcast, everything's there at powerofpodcasting.com.
Excellent. And Dave's done several podcasts, like When He Breathes. Every time he takes a breath, it's a new podcast, and it's usually successful. And he's doing, oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank, with Daniel J. Lewis.
Oh, the future of podcasting.
Future of podcasting. And I'm a listener. I've been a lifelong listener. Let me just give the spiel that I usually give, which is the truth, and it's heartfelt. And I did it on the previous episode, my 10-year anniversary. Dave was supposed to be here, but he was rocking out with his band and and all that. So I want to hear about all that good stuff. But anyway, when I started podcasting in 2008, me and DigitalCavemann here, our podcast grew out of us just talking about movies and, and sci-fi and tech. And so I went to the internet, I said, "Dear Mr. Google," this is probably before Mr. Google. So I had to write the letter to the search engine to Ask Jeeves. And, and I was like, I need some free software because I don't have any money to put into this hobby, as it was. And I said, I need to find a way to record what I'm doing. And I looked up, I searched around until I found Audacity. And I said, Audacity, that sounds cool. Well, let me look up Audacity. And then the Audacity to podcast.com comes up with Daniel J. Lewis. So there was that. And then later on, years later, when I was we were trying to perfect how to do guests, right, Caveman? Because we were doing Skype and all that back in the day.
And myself and the other co-host, we had to record our own bits, and then we had to email them to him. And I had some slow ass DSL built south, and it would take all night. It was like back in 98 trying to download the Star Wars Episode 1 trailer.
Exactly. That took a whole day at dial-up. I would go to work and I'd make sure the computer was on and make sure it was dialed in. But anyway, so
Ed, are we opening it up? Do I need to post the link?
Not just
Estrella
yet.
is here.
Estrella's here. Okay.
Yeah.
Just give us a moment, Estrella.
Okay.
We'll bring in a little bit. Okay. Promise. Don't go nowhere. But anyway, so there came a point where I needed to know how to do a mix minus. And so then I was like, how do you do a mix minus? And Ray Ortega pops up.
Yeah.
And so that brought me there. And then Dave, what did I get from Dave? Probably everything else. And under the sun. And then these three guys kind of been my podcasting heroes. They've inspired me on times where I knew no one was listening, and the only person that cared about my podcast was myself. And it's kind of like when you're an artist, you're rarely famous in your own lifetime, and you're certainly not famous within your family. These days, I don't even think my family has time to listen, but that's fine, So they're usually the last to come around, But finding an audience was interesting, and we found our niche. And excuse me.
Well, we sort of found our niche.
We were doing good. We were at. Can you remember what it was called? The web service. It was free at the time.
You're talking about where we had the website.
No. Yeah.
That was
on
the
website.
Moonfruit.com.
Moonfruit.com.
I want to say it was.
Have you ever heard of that, Dave?
digitalmancave.moonfruit.com. It was something that I found out about from watching Attack of the Show on G4, and they had mentioned it. I went and looked, and
we were
it was
getting
pretty easy.
we were getting, I don't know if it was 1,000 downloads, like I don't know if it was not every episode necessarily, because in that episode, those podcasts is still out there on, it's not iTunes anymore, because I don't barely go to Apple, sorry.
Yeah. Well, what happened to Moonfruit? So it was free, and let me guess, it went out of business.
It was free. I don't know. I haven't even looked to see what's going on with it.
It went out of business.
I'll have to add that to the list of. I have a list of. Well, here, let me. I have this saved as a text expander. So if I just type in, I think it's free. Yep. Pod Show, Podango, Wild Voice, My Podcast, Audiometric, Opinion Podcasting, Zcat, Wooshka, Red Circle, Libsyn Studio, not Libsyn, but their free program. And the only one that has somewhat made it is Anchor. And they were this close to going out of business when Spotify bought them.
I liked Anchor before Spotify, I think, if I can remember correctly.
I have never liked it.
Well, I wasn't a fan of it, but it worked. It worked for a small period of time, like a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know, as the technology advanced, and so from when Moonfruit went south, I was like, I think Mr. Google was a thing. So I'm like, dear Mr. Google, tick, 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 tick. I need a free or close to free, because I listened to Dave, and, you know, getting stuff that was free, you get what you pay for, you know, and, you know, it was very, I'm sure there were always, even with Moonfruit, I'm sure there were limits on how much we could upload per month, because those podcasts that we did, which was called the Digital Man Cave podcast. There's Moonfruit coming soon. Oh God, is it it's coming back?
Yeah, apparently, but it's
that means probably somebody just bought the
America's
domain.
top digital marketing agencies.
So it's something else. It's probably not even podcasting. They don't even know what that is.
Not.
Okay. So anyway, so we had, from that point, let's see. I'm all doing this from a 54-year-old person's memory, so there's going to be gaps.
Yeah.
And half truths. But so then I saw, well, I think you were probably, I don't know what year this was. I can't remember, but I think you probably mentioned Libsyn, and I'm like, well, I trust Dave. So Dave knows what he's doing. And so I tried out Libsyn, and I think I've got like the $20 tier.
Yeah.
I've done several different podcasts through Libsyn, and some I've still that are no longer active, or like in the $5 tier, and I still get hits on some of them, which is kind of cool. And I've always considered myself a podcaster first, you know, and it was all about audio. And when this thing called YouTube was really taking off, I said, hey, Digital Caveman, I was like, you know, we have this podcast for our love for Star Wars and sci-fi tech, which Digital Caveman, if you look at a whole upstairs of his house, is every Star Wars battle with all the different action figures, and you've got all the ships, and you've got all the books, and the, you know, all the stuff, and you know, we can just totally geek out. And so we needed somewhere to go, and I said, let's try this Libsyn thing. And I paid a little bit more to get the analytics. I started out slow, probably the $5 tier, and then I was like, "Ooh, I need a $20 tier." And I was single at the time, so it was okay, you know, throw it on the card.
Yeah.
And so gladly, I got on Libsyn. It's been a love affair with Libsyn. To this day, I'm still using Libsyn, and I've not had issues with them. And all that, you know, there could be some more things that make it a little bit more interactive on the site, and that may be in some of the higher paid plans. I don't know, but you know, I was in a comfortable space there, in a comfortable level. And then I said to Caveman, I was like, there's this thing called YouTube, and we really need to get on YouTube. And this was probably, at that point, I might have had cable internet, or the rumors of cable internet coming to my town. And we didn't really have the technology. I had all the analog equipment, all 400 cables plugged into everything, a mixer, a limiter, and all that stuff. And I said, and what did you say, Caveman, when I said we want to get on camera? Let's get on camera and let's start taking this podcast to a new level.
I said, no, nobody wants to look at this ugly face.
And I had to reluctantly concur that you were correct. But now looking back, I wish I could have pushed the issue a little farther.
Yes.
And look at you now. You've got a member on your site.
Yes, I have one member on my YouTube page,
which is a
thank
start.
you very much, MC DJ ACDC.
And you're on Instagram. You're on Instagram. You're on X. You're on Threads.
I have an account there. I don't.
Yep.
I don't really use it.
Yeah. There's social media. I remember when social media was the wild, wild west, and it was fun.
Oh man, when Twitter first opened up, God, we had a blast with that.
We had so much fun with it and interacting with people, and then it became polarized and a cesspool. And I don't know if it's on its way back. Yeah, and anyway, so I'm starting to like Threads because I actually picked up some subs. I think I might have picked up some subs today. Definitely some. And I've been reluctant to use Threads.
Anybody who is follows you on Instagram, it'll only do so many a day, but eventually everybody it automatically subs you to who you're sub to on Instagram and vice versa.
Well, what's interesting is that Threads, and I was reluctant, like I refused to get on the TikTok bandwagon. I said nobody wants to see an old Gen X guy trying to dance on camera and hurt himself, even though that probably would be a funny reel. And but at heart, I'm an audio podcaster, right? And getting into this YouTube world, I was kind of slow to do that. And so I'm building that now. But recently, Threads seems to be getting more interaction than anything other than YouTube, of course, because I'm really pushing things on YouTube now, really kind of focusing there with the show here. But I've gotten several people that we've interacted with. We've got some people that you were helping me line up, the Caveman, that were going to be some fellow Star Trek guys that said, hey, anybody like Star Trek?
I hadn't heard back from that yet, but I need to send something else out to them. See if you and I need to get on the same page about what we do that needs to be, and then I'll get back in contact with them.
And we were still at that time when we were going to jump on the YouTube bandwagon. It was still a thing where I don't think either of us collectively had enough speed to do it justice. I don't think, by the time I got cable internet.
The quality of the videos back then too, wasn't great. And I think you were limited as to what you could upload,
Right. And
it's not like you could upload a 1080p video back in that day.
Yeah. And, what's interesting about it all is like technology, even in the last 5 years, and Dave can attest to this, technology is it's growing by leaps and bounds. And I'm trying not to get left behind. We used to joke, me and Caveman, say we were the kings of the digital revolution. That was just something we said.
That was a long time ago.
And we weren't kings of anything,
Well, it's tough. You got to keep up because if you just stay where you're at, you're going backwards. So I know I'm trying to learn more and more about ChatGPT and, that whole language models and all that stuff just to keep up with that. Still not 100% sold on it. I did an episode about it, and I don't mind it as a tool to shape the content that you created. Mm-hmm. But when you go, okay, ChatGPT, write me a script about so-and-so so I can read it into the screen. It's hard to be a thought leader when you're using ChatGPT's thoughts because, it has admitted that it only goes back to 2023. So like
really?
And not just that, but they have the other thing that they don't even have to read it themselves. It'll read it for you, and you can give it whatever voice you want. And
so it's the good news is humans are going to stand out like a sore thumb, but I can smell AI. a mile away at this point. So, and my favorite is what I call, I don't know, Kyle and Cheryl, which is a Google Notebook, and you upload whatever you want, and it'll be like, hey, let's do a deep dive into, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, okay, 100%, let's go. And now it sounds really good. And I'm using it because I've downloaded so many PDFs. I'll get on somebody's email list, and I'm like, oh, I want that lead magnet. And then you never look at it. And I was cleaning up some stuff. I'm like, well, before I throw this away, I'll just throw it into Google, let Kyle and Cheryl tell me all about it. And then I'm like, and half the stuff's from, 4 years ago. So it's really old. But there are people that are going to now. In fact, I know Danny from Captivate kind of did it as a joke, but he's already taken that and turned it into a podcast. So now Kyle and Cheryl have their own show and that whole 9 yards. But
well, what I really want to know is my wife's name is Cheryl. So if that's her second job, I've not seen any of that money.
Yeah.
So,
well, I cloned
me and her gonna have to talk.
Yeah. I kind of broke the rules on 11 Labs, which is this one of those tools where you basically, you can send it. Well, I found an old cassette tape of my grandpa reading the Christmas story, and I cleaned it up and was like, wow, this sounds really good. I was surprised how much I could clean it up. And so I threw it into 11 Labs, and I texted my brother, and I'm like, hey, what do you want grandpa to say to you? And he's like, what voodoo are you playing with now? And I cloned grandpa. And he's like, whatever. And so I typed in, my brother's name is Doug. I'm like, hey, Doug, love what you're doing with your girls. So proud of you. Keep up the good work. Love, Popo. And I sent it to him, and he's like, I am crying like a baby. And I was like, because it sounds like him. It's not 100% like all AI stuff. But I was like, that was kind of weird. So
that is like, that's very existential. It's like, where we're going is exciting and terrifying at the same time.
Well, have you heard about the safe word discussion?
No, I haven't.
Okay. If you have children, you should have a safe word, because especially us content creators, as most kids are now, right? They could go to their YouTube channel, clone their voice, throw it into 11 Labs, and then say, they hold up the phone, Dad, I need $10,000 or they're going to kill me. Dad, you need to give them the money. I just give them the money. They want it in iTunes gift cards. I need $10,000 worth of iTunes. Well, at that point, it's a scam. But you could say, okay, what's the safe word, sweetie? And when she says apple pie, and you go in your head, you're like, no, it's, whatever, something else. Then it's a clone. And I was like, yeah, come on. And they're like, no, you should have a safe word with your family. And I was
definitely should.
Yeah. And I was like, all right, I like to pretend it's, I mean, I'm not young, but I'm not old, but I'm kind of like, really? I'm like, no, there are people that'll do that. So
yeah, whoever it is that warns you about scams and phone scams and different things like that, whatever entity that is, I saw a report somewhere where people were doing that, like when the AI calls your house and and if you say yes, then that's all they need, and they clone that, and then they've opened a card in your name, or is this your address, and they find your address, and they do whatever they do. And I
always love when they ask me questions, and it's an AI, like you're like, hello, and they're like, hi there, and you're like, hi, and then you figure out that it's an AI, but they'll ask you questions. So I always love when it's like, tell me what is such and such, and it'll be like, I'll just say out ridiculous words and cuss and swear at them.
Rumpelstiltskin or something.
That's right. Clown penis. Yes, whatever.
What is your name? I stepped on a Lego, you bastard!
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. The thing that gets me is
on a Lego with bare feet. You know.
Right. Well, so you guys normally talk movies here?
Film, TV, and tech. Yes, sir.
All right. So do you guys actually go to the movies, or is this stuff on streaming?
No. I live in the theater if you let me.
Well, here's my question.
I'm the opposite.
See, I've gone to 2 movies for the first time in like probably a year, and there's nobody there. Like I saw Joker last night.
I'm sorry.
So bad.
Everybody's hating that. I want to see that.
So well, here's the thing. if you watch the previews, right? There's that big blast. He's in the courtroom and he's being Joker and
Spoiler alert.
and you're like wow, there's got to be mayhem because I just saw where they blew up the courtroom. No, and nobody told me it was a musical. And
Oh my gosh.
there's this much story. There's literally the first 30 minutes of the movie. You watch Joker walk down a hallway with a cop, and then he turns and then he walks down that hallway, and then he turns and goes down like literally 30, and then he'll sing a song because half the movie is out of his wacky head. So he'll be like, smile when the world is smiling, whatever he's doing. And I'm like, what the heck? And then when he gets done walking down the hallways, they take him outside, and now you get to watch him go in a cop car down the street to go to the court. It's literally like the first half hour is just him walking and singing. And I was like, and so that's where for me, I'm like, make sure your trailer matches the movie. Cause that was not what I expected. I was like,
or our example, me and Caveman and I, we're big I'm a massive Terminator fan.
Yeah.
You can give me Terminator in a pile of poop, and I'm still gonna like something about that pile of poop in Terminator.
Right. So we're definitely in the minority.
We're in the minority, and one of our films that we do like in there is Terminator Genesis. We like the idea of it because it was kind of a soft reboot of the franchise, but they gave away the fact that John Connor merged with the AI in the trailer, so they took the surprise. The
big reveal of the movie.
The big reveal,
it's in the trailer.
So what's the point of going? Yeah,
exactly.
I hate that when all the good parts, the movie's supposed to, or the trailer's supposed to make you want to go.
And please don't say on this stream, Dave, I don't mean to interrupt you, but please don't tell me about that last scene that everybody really hates, the end credit scene or whatever it is at the end of the film. I don't want to know what it is yet because I may go see it, and
I won't.
But
no, I won't. I went because I'm a huge Lady Gaga fan. Like I loved her in A Star Is Born. I remember when she was the woman in the meat dress, and I totally wrote her off. But when I heard her on Howard Stern and stuff, I was like, oh wow, this chick can actually sing. And so I was kind of there for her, and to her credit, she did a good job of singing as her character, who wasn't a very good singer, like kind of a weak, kind of whispery voice. I'm like, that's not Gaga. And occasionally like Gaga would just slip out, but I was kind of like, wow. And it was weird. It's the first movie I think probably ever that like halfway through I was like, I might leave because like this is not what I wanted or expected. And it was every 10 minutes they'd be like, oh, we're gonna go to another weird scene in his head where now they're on a talk show dancing and singing. And I was like, isn't he gonna kill somebody soon? Like, shouldn't he like what's
damn it, kill somebody, please.
Please kill me so I don't have to finish watching this movie.
Well,
but when you go to the theater, is there anybody there?
No, sir. There isn't.
It's because I talked to
unless
the guy
it's
at the
Wolverine,
theater.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah. Because I talked to him and I said, like, I said, I'm here early. I go to the 6 o'clock show and I go, but when I come out, I'm expecting the lobby to be full. It's a Friday night. So 8 o'clock Friday movie should have people lined up to go. And he's like, no, he goes, I forget the name of the stupid, starts with an R. Whatever the movie theater is company. Regal. He goes, Regal has 349. I think he said 349 movie theaters, and they were like 340th on the list. And he goes, we'd be out of business except they own the building. And he goes, so they don't have to pay rent. And he's like, last week they had some other movie, and he goes, we had 55 people. It was unheard of. And I was like,
the thing is, people, the pandemic, and we've talked about this on the Geek Homeworld podcast. The pandemic changed everything, and just like the Joker says, you've changed everything. And there's a retraining now of people to go back to the theaters, but this generation that's coming up, they'll only come out for Barbenheimer or some kind of gimmick like that. They'll come out for Deadpool and Wolverine. And you know what it comes down to? And if anybody listens to this, they've heard me drone on about, it's all about the story. Your effects are great. I love your effects, blah, blah, blah. But if your story sucks, if Luke Skywalker's drinking blue milk and he said the Jedi are gone, then I'm gone too. It's
funny you say that because the two movies I've seen were the new Beetlejuice movie and the new Joker film. And neither of them, I came out of there going, oh man, you've got to go see this. Like Beetlejuice wasn't bad, but what was interesting is the first Beetlejuice, their special effects won like an Oscar. Like it was really kind of cutting edge for their. Well, those special effects are now not new. So you're relying on the story, and it was kind of like, wow, there's about 5 people in this movie that could have been cut out that really didn't add anything to it. So what's missing is really good movies. That when I watch, I mean, that's the movie thing. We're going to spend a bunch of money making the movie, and then a bunch of money promoting it. You go see the movie and tell your friends, oh, you need to see this, and I haven't done that yet. So,
and the thing that I can say about Beetlejuice that I think applies to Joker. I'm calling it Joker 2 because I'm not going to French or do math on this podcast, and fully I do, I guess. But is that oh gosh, there goes my brain. Squirrel.
Beetlejuice and Joker.
Thank you. Yeah, is that Michael Keaton had no problems with his performance.
Right.
Lady Gaga, the film should have really been a Lady Gaga show, and it would have been probably much better. Right. But with the material that she's given and the material that Joaquin Phoenix is given, he doesn't half-ass anything. And and so I feel like they're doing their best, but the story just sucks. And the thing is, Joker 2, from what I've heard and not seen it yet, that it doesn't do anything to push the story along. In fact, it takes Joker from where he was at the end of the original Joker film. And in Joker 2, it kind of puts him back in it to square one, to start over again and go through all that again. And you can't catch lightning in a bottle. It doesn't happen. It's extremely rare. And it's just, I don't know what they were thinking. Todd Phillips, I mean, that's a film that should have been a standalone film. And the first film spoke to people that, being disconnected from society, being left behind by society, right. Depression, it would maybe speak to what some people call incels, people like that, feel cut off from the rest of the world, whether it's by their own doing or just society kind of leaves them behind. And we saw in Joker brilliantly how the system failed Arthur Fleck continuously. Yeah. And there's nothing in that. You basically got a trial. And whatever comes. And I mean, I love the first film. I've only watched it a couple times, and I'm in no way comparing these two films when I say what I'm about to say is that they're the same or they mean anything on the same level. But to me, in my mind, it's a similar experience. The Passion of the Christ, I can only watch a couple times. And Joker, the original Joker, was the same way. I could only watch it a couple times. As brilliant as both films are in their own right, there's just something about the level of brutality. Yeah. And then just how haunting, and this is a credit to Todd Phillips and Joaquin Phoenix, but the first Joker was just so brilliantly acted. It was so well written. The story was so great. It's like Michael Jackson doing Thriller and then coming out with a polka album next. Right. It doesn't do anything for you, and it's just useless.
Well, so the other thing is because both he and Gaga, like, they committed 100% to the role.
Yes.
It just, all icing and no cake. You know what I mean? It was like, but there's a scene again where they're walking him down and he's shirtless. And this is where I'm like, dude, I get that you like committed to the role. He looks like you could break him like a twig. Right. He dropped so much weight to play this part. And I was like, isn't there like, I mean, I get it. I appreciate the dedication, but I was like, dude, that's crazy. Like, I would love to know how much weight he lost. Cause he said it was harder this time. And I'm like, yeah, you're older. Everything's harder when you're older. Man.
And
not everything. What I hear.
Early projections of the box office, like the first movie they spent, I think it cost like 40 something million budget. And it ended up making $1 billion, which nobody saw coming.
Yeah.
And then Joker 2, has a $200 million budget.
Yeah.
And it's possibly going to only open with about 50 million at best. So it's probably not going to make up what it's lost, and deservedly so. But I knew going in, I knew months ago, a lot of months ago, that it was going to be a musical. I'm like, what is this, a joke? I thought it was an April Fool's joke. It was a long time ago when they were talking about the production of it. And then I'm like, okay, I try not to make up my mind. I'm going to go in with an open mind. I'm going to watch it. And I was prepared to go watch it, but we had a hurricane this weekend. So that kind of threw everything off.
Tends to spoil our plans.
Yeah. Mother Nature's not.
And that bitch ran off of my mailbox.
Yeah, I was going to send you some for your birthday.
You think I can report that to the federal government and they'll go after her?
You have to write them a letter. But I was going to send Caveman something for his birthday. He's like, this would be a good birthday present. I literally, once I got the internet, I was like, okay, what's your address again? So I send it. And he goes, I don't have a mailbox. I was like, well, damn.
Problem solved today. I have a mailbox now.
Okay.
And it's like properly installed. It's not like a cardboard box with duct tape on it or anything like that.
It would have went viral if I came down there with my chainsaw that I don't have. I came there and cut some of those pine trees from your house. And we'll talk about death and destruction later, but back to Joker, which is death and destruction.
Yeah.
Why Todd Phillips? I know that check, those zeros kept getting larger, and that's when he said, okay, we'll make a sequel. But he's already come out and said he's not doing a third one. He's done. I'm like, yeah, pretty much. You're going to be done regardless.
Yeah, well, if the studio doesn't fire you, the fans.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen that. I haven't even seen the first one. I just it doesn't.
You have to see
it. Doesn't appeal to me. I have no desire to see it. As
know
much as I love.
It doesn't have
Batman and Joker and all.
Well, don't worry, you're not going to see Batman. You already know.
It doesn't appeal to me. So it's not, that movie's not for me. It's not.
It's still.
But going back to what y'all were talking about, he was so skinny and stuff. That brought back to mind the what was it? The Crow City of Angels with Iggy Pop, and I was like, God dang, dude, put a shirt on or eat a sandwich or something, because Jesus.
I don't know. Iggy Pop
looked like a skeleton.
He's just rock and roll like that. He's rock and roll like Dave Jackson. Dave probably does that when he's playing.
No, I do not take off my shirt. Nobody
the
wants
girls
to
do that, right? All the women do that.
No. I had one woman once that just said, I'd like to take you home. And I was like, I'm kind of married. That's a problem. So, but
you should have said, well, do you have a 401k and do you like to pay my bills?
Yes, exactly.
You want to be my sugar mama?
Send the money to Cavemann's mailbox coming soon.
Yeah.
No, installed. It's ready.
Installed. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. But yeah, it's the trend since the pandemic. Well, the film industry ended for me. It ended during the pandemic from actually working in the film industry. I had to transition out. And it's this generation, they're not going to be fooled. And plus everything's super hyper expensive now, even air is expensive, I guess. And at this point, so people are only going to go out for things that they know they want to see. And it's a shame because I've seen there's one film I saw recently. Me and my wife went to see at Regal, which I think a tree went through the roof of one of the theaters there. Yeah. So hopefully it's back up.
It probably went through the roof of your IMAX.
It probably it's an inferior IMAX to the one they have in Pooler, which is outside of Savannah, which is one of the largest. Oh my God, it's fantastic. I saw Blade Runner 2049 in that, and oh my gosh, that was
you remember when we went to see Into Darkness?
Star Trek Into Darkness.
Into Darkness. It looked fabulous. Story, not the greatest.
Well, the thing I thought was funny is I felt bad for the movies, and I was like, you know what, I like movies. And so the guy's like, well, he goes, how often do you go to the movies? I said, I like literally these are the first two in about a year and a half. And he's like, oh, you should sign up for our unlimited plan. He's like, it's $20 a month. So I did. Well, here's the funny thing. I went to sign up on their website, type in all, they want a ton of information. and I hit order, and it said, "Sorry, we can't take orders right now. Try back in a little bit." And I was like,
God.
this is probably one of the reasons why you're having a hard time making money. So finally, I thought about it. I'm like, I bet they want me to do this on the app. So I downloaded the app, put it back in, and it worked fine. But then it was funny because I was like, okay, you can watch as many movies as you want. And my closest theater, I think, has 5 screens. And I've already seen Joker and the other movies, and I've already seen Beetlejuice. And I was like, well, there isn't really anything else I want.
There's a movie, in talking about some films that have gone under the radar. There's a one with she's Aubrey Plaza, I think is her name, actress, and she's in it with her. She's an older version of and her younger self. It's called My Old Ass. And it's a very charming film. It's about kind of like if you could go back in time and something weird happens. She takes a hit of drugs and ends up talking with her past self and trying to warn her. It's just it's a good film. There's films like that. The one about the penguin that came to the guy's house, it was based on a true story. It felt like an old Disney film before the dark times, before Kathleen Kennedy and Disney, when Disney was a thing. And but there's a lot of films like that go under the radar. And I've got the Regal Pass thing. It would have been AMC, but in my town here in Augusta, we do not have. All we have is a Regal, and it could use some help. It could use. Well, not just help like employees, but it could use a redo and everything else. But I could live. Caveman knows I could live in the theater, and that's where I'm probably the most happiest. That
was the other thing I thought was weird is I was like, well, why do I like going to the movies? And this is one of the things that's missing. Then is I loved it, especially if you saw a comedy and everybody laughed at the same time. And everybody cried at the same time, and that group dynamic. And I was literally, when I was sitting there in Joker, the other 2 or 3 people that were in I was so tempted to just turn around and go, "Are you guys thinking this movie sucks as bad as I do?" Because I wouldn't have been. I'm only interrupting 2 other people, and it was like, so I missed that kind of group dynamic. And when I saw Beetlejuice, there was 1 other person in the theater, and I was like, "This is so weird."
When I saw Beetlejuice, I came out there thinking, and I'm not a great big. I'm a Michael Keaton fan. He's the best Batman.
Yeah.
And I thought his performance was great with the material that he had, but it felt very spotty. The whole film felt like just kind of taped together. But then this young guy, I guess they were Gen Z or Alpha. They're younger than me, so I don't know what generation is what. And they come out, and the girl comes out of the restroom, and they walk right in front of me, and I'm waiting on my wife who's in the restroom, and she says to her boyfriend, she goes, "I have to see that again. That was such a great movie." And I'm like, okay, I must be the old man in the room here because I was like, okay, but in a moment I was like, I am, and then I said to myself, I was like, well, I'm happy that somebody likes this film, that she gets it, that if that was who they were trying to reach, they reached her, and she's going to tell all her friends how great this film was. And you have to look for the gems because Hollywood they've lost the ability to go after something new and creative and original. Right. They've lost originality, and they just want to go where they can make the most money. And I know that from being in the film industry, it's, just because they film a lot of films in your city and they come in there and get the state tax credit and the tax credit for the county and all that, they'll set up shop there. But, 90% of your invoices will be out of LA. It's like, not, it's helping your community, but is it really though? And the industry is not, it's dying, but it's not, I don't think it's going to die. Just like somehow I hold out a belief that the MCU is coming back. To Kevin Feige, he cleaned house and he's bringing things back, and things are going to get better. I'm an optimist. But to answer your question, Dave, about what happened to all the comedies, Iron Man killed the comedies because everything became MCU and it became superheroes, and I loved it. Don't think I didn't go to several viewings, sometimes per day, of Avengers and all these films, and loved them. But maybe The Hangover, that might have been the only thing that I can remember, but it's few and far between. And I kind of hope that we're getting back, since Hollywood has cut budgets. They've all the people in the industry struck several months ago, which is at the worst time, but I'm happy for them that they got what they needed.
Yeah.
But what they've done, I don't want to say they've helped kill the industry, because the greed of the studios is, well, we'll send more stuff overseas and we'll cut the output in half. And that's exactly what the film companies have done, all the studios. And the same thing, I think about the dock worker strike that they put off, they did for 3 days and then put off till January 15th. It's kind of similar. And I'm not against the workers getting their fair share as they should, but I know that there's greed on the other side. And in the case of like the dock workers thing, automation and AI, to kind of bring this together in a way, is going to replace a lot of people's jobs, that you can do longer and faster. And Caveman knows, because I have an HR background and he has a background of dealing with safety and stuff like that. You always go where you can save the most money. You do more with less. And it's a good business model, but it's not a good people model. And, show business is not people business, it's show business. And, I don't know. I don't know where we go. We have to find a way to bridge what AI can do for us and integrate it into our lives, that it doesn't replace us.
You need to read that comment.
Profit Director says, I've been here for about 10 minutes and Ed has talked for 9 minutes and 52 seconds. Why even have a guest, bro?
It's too funny.
Profit, I love you. You are my hero. And you're right.
Well, I'm going to touch on something there that Ed was talking about, with the comedies. He said Iron Man killed it, but it wasn't. It's not just that. It's the, I'm worried I'm going to offend somebody if I make this certain product, and PG-13 and R-rated comedies are part of that, and they just don't make them anymore because they're afraid, oh my, people are going to find it offensive. Well, that's comedy. If you're not offended at least a little bit by some comedy, then it's not comedy. It's somebody is going to be offended somewhere by.
I love people like Dave Chappelle, that I think always speaks a lot of truth to that. The fact that, you can't, so many comedians are scared to make jokes because we have to be in our camps and we can't reach across the aisle and be friends anymore. And I refuse to live in a world like that. I won't allow it. I just simply won't allow it in my new empire. But,
well, between him and I love Ricky Gervais. He's like,
oh gosh,
somebody will come up to me and go, well, that's offensive. And he's like, no, that offended you. He goes, it's not offensive and you're offended, but so what? And it's like, that's the way we just, I keep telling people that we need, I was talking in the podcasting space. I go, can't people just say the following opinions are not necessarily those of the sponsors? And they're like, they said, well, that might work in court, but it won't work in the court of public opinion. And I go, then we just need to push back when they go, well, he said booger, like we need to cancel. Like, we just need to go, no, just easy, just go away. Like, so
I'm going to say this out loud. My good friend, Daniel J. Lewis, I like to think so. He is a Christian man and a Christian podcaster. And I know he's taken some heat, and, we're not going to go into all that because I don't know all the facts. But I respect him for standing behind his beliefs. Yeah. But, it's if a place, oh gosh, I'm not going to go down this rant that I was going to go down. But if you call yourself inclusive, to me, inclusive means everybody gets a seat at the table.
Yep.
It doesn't mean at the expense of some type of person or some person. And I like the saying that if there's not enough seats at my table, then my table's not big enough. And I think we need to get back to that. Here's a good movie that I saw, and I'm on the left side of the fence a little bit, but I'm also on the right a little bit. I'm in the middle somewhere. I saw Reagan. I thought it was a good film. It felt like a lower budget film, but one of the great things that I liked is that there's a saying in there. Reagan meets Tip O'Neill, who was the Speaker of the House at the time, and he said, Reagan said, I'm told I need to be on my P's and Q's with you. And he goes, well, we do run a tight ship around here. And Reagan says, until 6 p.m. And Tip O'Neill says, what? He said, at 6 p.m., we clock out and we go have a beer. And I'm like, yes, that's it right there. That's where we need to return to. And I'm Clinton, and I forgot who his Speaker of the House was.
Newt
Gingrich.
Yeah.
They could go and get a beer afterwards after, going at each other. And I like that. I miss that. That's what our country needs. We don't need to just come together when there's a national tragedy or cities are wiped off the map. It's, that shows the best of who we are. But I think we're like that. We're more alike than we're different. And what if you can't afford a bigger table? Prophet Director says, then you get a bunch of smaller tables and you line them up until you got enough. And don't ask me about the seats. I don't need to sit on the ground and be happy.
You get some duct tape and some sticks and some cardboard.
You can do a man with duct tape can do anything.
That's it. Well, well, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yes,
unfortunately, I got to run. I got laundry that I got to do, and I got a whole bunch of things going on. But I saw you guys are going to be on tonight, so thanks for hanging out. And
thank you so much.
Continue on, sir.
Thanks for dropping in.
Right. And y'all check out Dave. He's on Saturdays at what time?
Feel free anytime you run across it and you want to jump in. Hey,
Saturdays I'm at 10:30 in the morning, which is on Eastern time. If you got podcast questions, ask thepodcastcoach.com/live is where you can get free podcast consulting.
And that's your best seller in the background there. Profit from podcasting.
That's it. Profit from your podcast. And then that's the Hall of Fame thingy right here.
Forgot to mention that.
So that's always fun. But
also, I've had 2 Hall of Fame podcasters on here.
There you go.
And
all right,
Dave, I appreciate it so much. Thank you for jumping on here. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
And take care.
Well, have a good night.
All right. All right. So anybody else that wants to jump in, Caveman, if you can let him in and all that.
Already dropped it, dude.
Okay. He's dropped the link there in the chat. So if y'all want to come on, we're going to continue. And I'm sorry, I was just I sent the invite out, and Dave was one of the podcasters that he was going to make it for my 10th anniversary stream that I did. And he's kind of one of my podcasting heroes. And when he showed up, you can see at the beginning of the stream, I was like, oh my God, he started. So there's Prophet. So I'm bringing Prophet in. Welcome, Prophet. Thank you for being patient. But so it was great to have Dave on here. So now it's pretty much anything goes. It already was. So please stay off of politics.
All right. But I have one question about what you were talking about.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Go ahead and welcome.
If you can't afford a bigger table, then how the hell can you afford a bunch of smaller tables? They're going to be just as much.
Maybe you take that table and cut it up into smaller portions.
Why
and
are a bunch of
out.
strangers made by other people our responsibility? The only responsibility to me is me. That's all I've got to say on that.
Okay.
Look, I'll give you this much, Ed. I'll give you this much.
Yes, sir.
If you want to live in a good community, then you have to be a good community member, because a bad community member turns a good community into a bad community.
And that's called HOA.
Right. And I think that's what a lot of these that's what a lot of these wealthy drug dealers and gangbangers don't seem to understand. They're like, oh, I want that gated community lifestyle. But it's bro, you're the reason that it can't work.
Well, people will hate me for saying this, but we were in a speech class and somebody was given a wonderful speech about their hero, Tiger Woods. And I'm not a big golf fan, and this is a big golf city. We have an international tournament.
I'm not a golf fan either, but I am a fan of a guy who can nail an entire busload of Swedish swimsuit models.
Yes, but But as I was saying, I've got that in my mind now.
Hole in one.
Yeah, hole in
one.
The hole in 20. Fuck yeah.
But it sounds like Rodney Dangerfield. So he said, "Damn, oh gosh, you do
Hey,
right."
well, you know, Rodney and I have the same doctor. You know, Dr. Vinny Boombots?
Yes. I do. You gonna do the rest of it? No.
No, I'm not Rodney.
Okay, no one's Rodney. Yeah, but anyway, so he was talking about golf and this and that, and then I said the guy sitting next to me when he was done, when the guy came back from doing a speech, and I said, and our instructor asked if we had any thoughts on his speech. You know, everybody that's listening. I said, how did I say it? I said, I enjoyed his speech and I don't like golf. And everybody's like laughed, and a few people, clutch their pearls and all that. And I said, for me, I would just take all the golf courses, plow them over, and put affordable housing. That's just me.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that for the states with the golf courses, because golf is predominantly played by super rich people.
Yes.
And they pay super rich money to play on those golf courses. So if you get rid of the golf courses, then you're losing like millions in tax revenue every year.
And I can speak to that, with our hurricane damage here, the Augusta National that puts on the Masters up here, they donated along with Comcast. I think they both donated and Walmart, like $100 million or something with one with some zeros on it. And there was
and they wouldn't be able to do that if they weren't golf courses.
You're right. And
right. A little altruism from the rich is nice, but
yes, it is.
When you make it a requirement, you chase the rich off. Right.
True.
We're experiencing that here in Illinois, where they keep raising the property taxes and all the, they keep adding more red tape to open a new business and all this other bullshit. And all these millionaires are just like, screw it. We'll go live in Texas or Florida. The weather's nicer anyway.
Yeah.
And every millionaire that
during
leaves,
hurricane season,
every millionaire that leaves in terms of tax revenue for the state is the equivalent of 1,000 regular people.
I want you to know this has been such a heated topic. It said I just biked 2.72 miles on my watch. It thought I was on a bike.
Really?
I don't know. Getting all worked up.
Man, bro, you need to not be so stressed out, man. I'd hate to see you like.
No. I got my. You can't see it in my Braves cup here. Who they lost, by the way. Need a doctor in the house because they choked. My brother was.
You were saying the other day when I mentioned maybe doing a show about the baseball movies, like that. You don't know any baseball movies, Ed? Is that right?
I know a few of them. I mean, I know of them.
He knows A League of Their Own.
Hey, A League of Their Own is ranked number 3 for me.
I like A League of Their Own. The Kevin Costner, if you build it, they will find it.
Field of Dreams, great.
Field of Dreams.
Number 4 for me.
Dude, come on.
Oh, there was the one I did go see with. Is it Jackie Robinson? Was it 21? What was his number? I don't know what his number was. But
I know what you're talking about. I think it's 17 or 27 maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the Black Panther guy. Didn't he do it? Wasn't
it's named after the movie's named after Jackie Robinson number.
That was a good film. So I mean, The Natural. I remember that being a good film. It's just been years since I've seen it.
The Natural is a masterpiece beyond being a baseball movie. It's just and the way it's all tied together. Right, his childhood dream is to be the best in the world, and his father's teaching him to play, but his father dies of a heart attack under a tree, and that very night the tree gets struck by lightning, and he makes his bat out of that tree, and that bat stays with him his entire life, and when he finally breaks the bat, the young kid who idolizes him, who's the bat boy, gives him the bat that he made. And with the very first swing of that thing, he cracks a home run into the lights and makes history. It's fucking incredible, man. That movie is.
I remember so seeing that at the damn drive.
And it's also a cautionary tale on being careful what women you choose. right? Because that first one,
guess.
well, not the first one, because Glenn Close would have been the first. He should have stayed with her. But that other one, she killed him just because she shot him because she wanted to kill the world's best ball player. And then the second one, the Kim Basinger role, she was only trying to manipulate him for her boss.
Wow.
You know, so it's like, you know, two really horrible women in his life. And then he goes back to his childhood sweetheart and raises his own child that he didn't know existed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, that movie, that's like the cycle of life wrapped up in baseball. It's such a great film.
Right.
And I just wasted everything that I'm probably going to say next Saturday.
Oops. Well,
That's
people are getting
okay.
a preview.
It may not be the same people watching now that's watching next Saturday. And speaking of next Saturday, did you get my list?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
And you won't believe what I have for Saturday, Digital. I've gone through a lot of extra work.
I got to see it early.
I even made a short little 80s style
it's top
like
notch.
movies that didn't make it video that drops in, you know. And the thing is, there's like a bunch of, like, you know how I'd always do the slideshow?
Yeah.
Well, imagine the slideshow, but with like video added into it.
Nice.
Right.
Well,
so, like, for example, I'll bring up the film, I'll bring up the movie poster like I always do. And then we'll say who gets to talk about it. And then when that person starts talking, I play the trailer with no sound.
And Profit Director, what is this your program you're speaking of, and when can people watch this program and where?
Oh, this is our 1984 basically ranking. We're all ranking our top 10 movies from 1984, all 6 panel members.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it works is if only one person votes for the movie, it's a rank of D. If 2 people pick it, it's a C. If 3 a B, and so on and so forth up to S tier. Where if all 6 people pick it, it's an S rank movie.
Awesome.
But the other thing I wanted to get you guys, give you guys a head start on, because it's kind of been decided.
Mm-hmm.
After we do 84 next Saturday, that's the break, right? That's the halfway point for the decade.
Because we've done 5 years. We've done half
That'll
the
be
decade.
5 years out of the 10. So after that, we're going to do the top 10 MCU films. So before we move on to 85, we're doing the MCU. So basically the idea is each season will be a decade and 2 specialty episodes. Right? So the first one in the middle and the second specialty at the end of it.
Right.
Right, but the first specialty one is MCU. We're going to be doing that 2 weeks after next Saturday when we do 1984.
And we're going to need many people to watch this episode because Profit Director has spent so much time working on the graphics and the you know, I'm not saying they're the greatest, but that's what people are saying. They're the greatest they've ever seen. And he's not.
It's amateur hour, but it should be, you know, and it's because people are there to hear what we have to say about the films.
Right. But the thing is, though, it's about the presentation too, and you've done a wonderful presentation, or they'll see that. But the thing is, Profit has had to take time away from supervising the children working in the mines, you know, and to do this. So we need
not
to show
to mention the R&D people at Mars Industries.
Exactly. Yeah, and I forgot about them, you know, so. But it's going to be a fun show. We always have a good time. And there's going to, is it spoiler to say there's going to be some extra stuff from the chat, or is that spoiler? Or
no? I mean, that's like at the very beginning of the video.
Okay.
And we told them at the end of the last video that, like, you know,
okay,
if they put their top 10 lists in the comment section for the video, that we would mention them on the show.
Cool.
And so we will. 4 people left their top 10 lists, but one of them wasn't eligible because he cheated.
We don't like cheaters.
No, well, what he did was he made his top 10 list, and then like 4 of the selections are like Gremlins /16 Candles.
Right.
right? Or Terminator / Ghostbusters. It's like, dude, no.
He's trying to
Stop trying to
in.
sneak extra films into your top 10. It's a
Well,
top
84
10,
was hard.
not a top 14.
It's going to be full enough anyway.
Right. It is very difficult.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I've added quite a bit to this coming episode.
I mean,
and you know what? I haven't finished it yet, but if you'd like, I could show you the start of the thumbnail.
Oh yeah.
Because like I said, I don't have it finished. There's a couple elements I'm still shooting.
And this is going to be on Curtis's channel.
Yeah, this is going to be on Sergeant Curtis Schultz
YouTube channel, so you'll get to see it there.
But yeah, this is the thumbnail. I'm sharing the screen now, man. Give me a second here.
That's fine. Take your time. But yeah, we always have fun doing these shows.
It is. We're good.
Okay.
So yeah, as you can see here, this is I've made a couple changes to the Chicago theater. I don't know if you can see it. Well, I'm sure you could see it. It's staring you in the face.
Oh wow! I did not see that. Oh,
but how well does that blend into that?
It does.
Fantastic, dude.
Right, good Photoshop, right?
Cobra.
The marquee looks good as always. We've got some relevant posters up.
That's
Nightmare
cool.
on Elm Street. Oh shit, that was wrong button. Nightmare on Elm Street. We got Ghostbusters there.
I love it.
Then we've got some Cobra propaganda because I am fucking Destro.
Join a new world order.
Then we've got Gremlins there.
And the Ghostbusters up. Oh,
and then we've got the Karate Kid. And
right.
Of course, the Ghostbusters are busting Freddy Krueger.
I love it, man. That's awesome.
Awesome.
Right, because technically he is a ghost.
And
how good do the Ghostbusters look? Did I get the lighting right on those or what?
Yes.
They look great, man.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I bottom lit them with red and blue.
I love how you put Eddie Murphy in there too. No.
You
should have had him.
So the rest of this, basically the rest of this is going to be Curtis and I standing over here watching all this happen with Slimer hiding behind us. Right, and then over here on this side of the screen will be Bill Murray hitting on a woman a couple decades too young for him.
Hitting on Sigourney Weaver from Aliens.
Yeah, well, and the funny thing about that is the college girl I'm gonna have there, because I have a generic female body, like pedestrian. Because I buy any figure in plain clothes, I pick it up. So I have pedestrians. Because what's the point of having a superhero collection if you have no one for them to save? Right. So, but I'm gonna put a Scarlett Johansson head on the figure that Bill Murray's hitting on. And then I'm going to be like, I think she might be too young for him, but that sentimentality might be lost in translation.
And just because you see those names of the films on the marquee, that doesn't mean that's all the films. There's much more.
No, that's not all of them. There's more than that. I mean, obviously the marquee doesn't fit everything.
Right. And I think you're probably pretty accurate on that matinee price of $3.99. You couldn't do that these days. $3.99.
No. Well, I'm trying to keep the matinee like when we get into the 90s, the matinee price will be $5.99.
Right. I love that attention to detail.
Then when we get into the 2000s, it jumps right to $14.99.
There you go. Yeah. And it just goes up from there.
Now all you need in there is Indiana Jones swinging from the sign and Patrick Swayze on the roof with a rocket launcher.
Singing She's Like the Wind.
No, from Red Dawn.
I know.
The reason that I didn't do it.
Oh, Lord, they poisoned him. He's been poisoned.
No, it's not that. Yeah, the reason I'm not doing that, what happened to my stuff here? Oh, my virtual background stopped working.
Oh, dear.
That's not cool.
Not cool.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll just
G.I. Joe sabotaged you.
I'll just have to reload it because that's happened before, and I just refreshed the page. But I don't want to bother you guys with letting me back in and shit. So I'll just switch to the icon for now.
Whatever you need. We're here to accommodate.
Yeah, no, because I did Indiana Jones in 81 for Raiders of the
Oh,
Lost
that's right.
Ark.
That's right.
And I don't want to do a lot of repeating, you know. But I definitely, and the reason I use the action figures for it. Oh, you know what? Let me show you something else digital because you haven't seen this yet. And this is let me just reshare that page because there's something else you probably need to see from that because I did something else like for in between the shots, so it's there. All right, so check this out. As you can see, we got like we're in the theater seats and stuff. But check this screen out. How does that look?
This is awesome.
Oh,
there's M3. Look at that.
Right. So like we're in the theater, like as toys, as action figures, you know. And yeah, see, it's like because DFS, he's one of the ones that left his list. So the way I go through the list is like this.
Oh,
this is awesome.
Cool.
Right. And I'll just go through and mention each movie as we go. Right, and then we get on to Doe, and Doe's got his 10, Doe Studios, and then Rob78 gave us his 10. And then, oh, look, I'll mention the TV shows I like from that year, too. Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the Boss? Moonlighting.
Yes, Moonlighting.
Night Court, and everyone's favorite, Cheers. Right, and you know what? While we're at it, why don't we talk about my favorite Billboard Hot 100 songs from the year?
There you go.
Quiet Riot, Come On Feel the Noise. Genesis, That's All. Van Halen, Jump. Cyndi Lauper, Time After Time. And my favorite of the year, Elton John, I guess that's why they call it the blues.
And
hey, look there. That doesn't make me gay.
even if it did, we'd still love you. Only real men love Elton John.
Elton John's amazing, man. I've seen him in concert.
He's a very talented guy.
Yep.
He did this a piano solo where he like so what he did was he basically slid off the piano bench and laid down on the floor, like rested his face like on his fist. You know how you do that, like when you're laying on your side, and with his other hand he reached up and played the entire piano solo.
Oh wow. That's
Just
crazy.
laying there on the floor next to the piano.
He's like, I've fallen and I can't get up, but I can still play.
Right? He's like, don't worry, the concert won't end. The Life Alert guys will be here to pick me up soon.
But I'll just keep playing till then.
I wanted
none of you guys get up and help me. Just watch, keep watching.
In honor of Caveman and you guys, y'all have all your action figures and you do all the posing of them and the articulation. And so I wanted to do a little demonstration of my own, what I call an unboxing and all that. I got.
Oh, you ready, folks? Here comes amateur hour.
This is amateur hour, and it's going to be live.
Where's your green screen, asshole?
There's no green screen in there. I'm not chroma keying a damn thing. But I got these in the mail. These are pads for my headphones. So I'm going to change them live here on the stream. Never done this before. So we're gonna do that because these things are shedding really bad. And so I don't know if you can see that, but they're crumbling.
All right, everyone in chat, comment, let him know whether or not this is a good idea after he's done.
And I don't care. Ooh, let's smell inside the bag. Oh, brand new. That smells like money.
I've never smelled an action figure on purpose before.
Right. There is one reviewer that licks them though, which I don't understand.
Hello, can I get a promo code for my next purchase? And look what it says. It's got a little person on there.
Screenshot that code quickly.
Right. Little AI character.
At checkout, you can get a 15% discount.
Woohoo!
Ooh. And so they have instructions, but Caveman, what do I do with instructions?
You don't look at them.
I throw them away just like that. So
typical, man.
He'll be picking those up in a minute.
This is a nice little
man.
pouch.
Where's your inner feminist?
I don't know. I'm suppressing it right now. But anyway, this is a really cool bag. So I don't know what you could put in there, but I'm going to change my headphones while y'all talk. Okay.
Change. You can put change in it.
All
I'm
right,
gonna
hey,
grab some
digital.
stuff I
This is a
picked up
rare
this week,
occasion
and
where
I'll
we
be
get to
right
talk.
back.
Oh, that figures digital's leaving.
Don't leave.
So the one time you
Okay.
would get to
Well,
talk,
I'm going to
because
talk
Ed's
through this. I
busy.
can't hear you, but I'm doing this live. Okay, so because I got
All
my
right,
headphones
so
off. That
people
was
in
the
the
whole idea. I
chat,
didn't
you
expect
should
Caveman to
probably
leave right when I did
pretend I
that.
said some horrible negative shit about Ed.
Okay,
while
so
he
I'm putting
couldn't
it here.
hear
There's a
me.
little. You
Make
can't
him
see
think
here, but
that
there's a little
that
groove
I'm
right
like
here. And
a really
so
bad person.
I'll be done in a minute. This won't take long. So I'm
Well, it won't take long. That's what he tells his wife every night.
oh dear, I didn't hear that. I'm pretend I didn't hear that.
Okay,
Pretending I didn't hear any of that. So I'm changing my headphone pads because these like I had all this like they're coming apart all over me, and I was like, what is this on me? And I was like, oh, it's my headphones. It took me forever to realize
Coming
that.
apart all over me. That's what he tells his doctor when he every time.
Oh dear. I didn't know I'd have the peanut gallery here. I got the guys from the Muppets from the upper balcony. All right, we've almost got one.
Well,
in
what
there.
is it? Peanuts and Muppets, man. You can't mix fucking Snoopy with Kermit. It
Was
just
it?
doesn't
I
work,
don't even
man.
know if you heard any of that.
They live in
Waldorf,
completely different dimensions. One is 2D,
Waldorf
one is
and-
3D.
Waldorf and Pigpen in the balcony.
Okay, we're almost there.
Man, Pigpen's parents
It did so much
like,
better in the
probably should
video
have
that
been
you watch on this.
investigated by freaking child services. You know, letting that kid get that filthy.
I know, right?
Right? That's
But it was
like
it was
parenting
like, you know,
on par
back in
with
the
Adam Sandler from Big Daddy.
Hey, that's
back
good.
in-
Look at that. Look how nice that one is compared to that one. This
Oh,
one's the
wow.
nasty one.
Oh,
This is the
it
new one.
looks got air holes in it too.
Look at
Oh, it
that
does.
trash
Yeah,
one,
it has
people.
air holes in it, so
Look at the
it'll
trash
breathe
one, and
better.
keep in mind he's had that pressed against his head.
Ooh, look inside of there.
Disgusting. Look
Look
how
at that
gross
inside
that
of
is.
it.
That's what's
Ugh.
been on his head.
What is that?
people.
Like used bat wing.
Ooh, it's a piece of felt or something.
That's
like
what
his-
she said.
That's what we're going with. We're going to call
like
it
he's
felt.
changing a
But look
diaper
how bad
for
these
his
are. I
ear.
used these on jobs when I was sound mixing, and so here's the new one with the holes in it, which is pretty good. It's supposed to allow you to breathe your ears to breathe better because I need my ears
Ah.
breathing better, and that's what it looks like on the inside.
I normally don't breathe through my ears.
You don't know what you're missing.
Right.
Oops, I'm
You
trying to
do
put it on
sure seem
backwards.
to be like a real swallower of buzzwords.
And because of the
It makes
hurricane, this
the
was
ears
delayed.
breathe. The ears and breath shouldn't be in the same sentence. Unless it's sexual and she's breathing on your ear to get you in the mood.
You can't.
like
You
you
took
said,
a while
this
there
will be
to
over
crack your
quick,
first
right?
one open. I noticed.
Oh, I'm done.
Oh, so here's this stuff is falling everywhere. See, it's like everywhere. Ugh.
Yeah.
So I'm so excited to get these. And on the same stream that I had Dave Jackson on here, I can't believe it. What a day. Ugh. I don't think that goes there. I've overshot the landing. Hold on. This goes in that
I'm
groove.
sorry, Dave Jackson. I am for real.
Oh gosh, we should have did that while he was on here. Maybe Dave will see it later. I really do appreciate him.
Nice. That is the definitive Cobra Commander, my friend. I've got mine like right in front of me right now.
Yes. You know, I'm debating getting another one and making the black and red cape.
Well, you know what I'm doing with mine, right? I'm putting the Super Sevens cape on him.
I didn't think about that. They got that sumbitch on clearance at Walmart.
And he is it is a great Cobra Commander figure. It's just, not very posable.
Yeah.
But you know what I've decided I'm going to do with that Cobra Commander, the Super 7 one, because it's a little bigger than the classified scale?
Yeah, it's a 1/10 scale.
Check this out. So here's my plan. I'm going to glue it in place. I'm going to smooth over all the joints.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to prime it in like a pose. And then I'm going to paint it, to make it look like it's granite. So it's like Cobra Commander had a statue of himself made.
Nice. You gonna get some of that like spray paint that has the chunks in it?
No, because that doesn't
it a
it
stone
doesn't look like
finish.
granite in scale. You know what I mean? It's more like it's more in how you speckle the paint, right?
Yeah.
So basically, what I do to get the effect that I'm looking for granite, I prime it like that light gray, right? Then I dry brush white on it, right, leaving the dark gray in the crevices.
Gotcha.
Then I take a toothbrush and I flick some brown at it, right? Get it nice and speckled. And then I dry brush the outer gray over all of that.
Nice.
You know, hit it with a clear coat afterwards, and you've got a very nice looking like stove.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you have a visual of that or no?
Sadly, no.
Oh, okay.
I picked this up
Oh, sweet.
at GameStop.
Nice. You know, I think I might actually pick that up just because it's a Minotaur.
And you know how much I paid for this bitch?
$23.97.
No, I paid $0 for it. It was free.
What do you have?
They got their clearance, buy one get two free.
Holy crap!
Wow, nice.
And then my last pickup this week, and I ran across this at Walmart.
Oh, nice.
Really
if I was still collecting Black Series, that would be one that I was interested in.
Imperial Armored Commando. Cool. That's awesome.
And you know,
Commando Season 3.
Yeah, and my son
Gideon's
brought up
troops.
an interesting point when he first saw it. He's like, "Is that the one from Rebels?" I was like, "No, their helmets look much more, a little bit more Mandalorian than this one. The one slid by who was it? Sargak, Gar Saxon."
Yeah, there were some similarities though, for sure.
But that's what he said, and I said, "You know what? I didn't even think about that."
Well, and that's why J.J. Abrams pisses me off so much. Right? You take something like The Rise of Skywalker, and there's that one scene in it where they're doing that chase in the desert.
Oh yeah.
And for some reason, a jetpack needs like a spring-loaded thing in the fucking vehicle to launch it into the air in order for it to take off, which made absolutely no sense whatsoever. But then they say that line, they fly now, and they're like, they fly now. And it's like, really? Abrams thinks he invented jetpacks on stormtroopers. It goes to show that he hasn't watched any Clone Wars, any Rebels,
And
he hasn't read any of the books.
and this is the guy who was reluctant to direct a Star Trek movie because he was a massive Star Wars fan.
And he didn't know that much.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not
a lot of shit to know, but if you claim to be a massive Star Wars fan, you better know your shit.
Right? I mean, to think that he actually, that late in the game, thought he invented jetpacks on stormtroopers.
True.
It's fucking mind-boggling to me, like, how out of the know he has to be. Like, how, he's one of those people probably that doesn't, like, listen to the people around him when they talk. You know what I mean? He's just waiting for his turn to add something.
Yep.
Because you said something and he thought of something for that, and now he's not listening to anything you've said after that until he gets that point out. You know what I mean? He's that guy.
Do we know somebody like that, Prophet?
We know a couple people who might be like on the same path, but I don't think they've reached Abrams' level of disconnected. You know what I mean?
Did y'all realize something new about me tonight?
Oh, I see. Yeah, you shamed.
See, you're right. He brought it right back to himself, didn't he?
He sure did.
It's all about me. It's my stream.
Yeah, he's trying to pull off the Thomas Wright over there.
I'm David Lee Roth. I'm the star of this band, not you. I'm Diamond Dave. Yeah, I decided that the wife's not happy because she loves the beard on me, but I shaved it down, and then I hadn't done a goatee in God knows how forever, but I kept the sideburns to a point, and the rest of it's nice shaved. So it's weird though.
Now you got to put some length on that thing, man.
Oh, you know
why a goatee is so wonderful?
Mm-hmm.
Because stubble on your lip feels like absolute garbage. right? If you keep a goatee, you never have to feel that transitional period.
Hadn't thought of
You
that.
know, from when it's going from clean shaven to like stubble,
Mhm.
and you're like prickling your nose with it and
Yeah,
your lip. Every
yeah.
time you
Yeah.
curl your lip, you get poked.
Yep.
I can't let it get too long or too whatever. I always want to keep it kind of neat, and I don't know. I just
I
try
mean,
to.
the
Oh, yeah,
only
I
other
forgot.
way than keeping at least a goatee to avoid that is to just shave every day. And who has the fucking time for that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't.
I don't. I
I
don't
did when
even
I was
like
in
to shave.
HR. I had to
I'm
for a
I'm
while.
sure y'all couldn't tell.
Yeah, but
Well,
after a
look,
while,
if it's a
like, I
job
let it grow.
requirement, then you've accepted those terms. You know
Right.
what I mean? And you should shave
Right.
every day.
Yeah, yeah,
But if I don't have a
Yeah.
job that requires it, and if no one's paying me to shave every day, I'm not shaving every day.
yeah. I got hints once in a while because my store manager would prefer me to be clean shaven, but then I always kept it really. I kept it like almost a 5 o'clock stubble kind of look, and always neat, so they didn't mind, and it looked professional. But then, like when I was in the film industry, anything goes. I had long hair, like the longest I had since I was like in my teens, late teens, and then that was the look. And I was like, I ought to bring that back, but I get in moods and I just want to like change everything up. I wake up one day, I was like, I'll just shave this off or cut my hair short or spike it or something crazy.
Yeah, I remember when I did that one time. I had it was all real thick up here, and I decided one day, hey, I'm gonna do the Wolverine.
Oh yeah. I did that one time.
And
My
all
wife
I
was not happy.
ended up doing was like to do I think it was the Origins version was the one that was popular at the time. So
Right.
all you really have to do is just like shave right here down the middle, and that was it.
I know. I was trying to do the Tony Stark one, and I can never get it right. Just how he had his. And,
It's got to be really thin, dude.
yeah, and I couldn't do that. And then I was like, man, I got spoiled. I got up here to Augusta, and I found a great place, and they would shave your beard and everything and cut it. And man, that lady could cut my hair and like get the beard trimmed, and it looked beautiful. I was like, I don't want this to grow. I just want it to stay just like this. But that takes a lot of money and a lot of maintaining. And I ain't got time for all that. And that's the thing when you have a beard, you're used to kind of like, just shrugging your chin or something like that. Or like sometimes I'll just scratch it for no reason or whatever. It's just kind of what you do when you have a beard. And then when you don't have one, then and if your fingernails are not cut short, then you'll like scrape your face. I've done that before and like, ow, it hurts.
Especially
like,
if you're sweaty, right? Like wet,
Exactly.
sweaty skin on nails is like, you just
I don't want to talk about sweating.
Yeah.
No, but that's the great thing about a goatee is you avoid the difficult parts of shaving, because shaving the cheeks and neck are quick and easy. But it's going around the mouth and avoiding the nose and all that makes shaving difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can never get the sideburns equal. I think they're equal now, but it took a lot of effort, and I don't have that kind of time. I do enjoy looking in the mirror.
I know my glasses aren't even, but like at the bottom of the glasses, whenever I do shave it off, that's where I hit it up, and I'm like, it might not be even, but it's supposed to look even, so nobody's gonna tell.
The thing is, your face is asymmetrical.
True.
Right? If you stare at yourself in the mirror, I don't recommend it because you'll never unsee it. Like one eye's higher than the other, one ear's higher than the other.
Well, I like to stare in the mirror because I figure that the mirror appreciates it.
So it's where you practice
such
talking.
Beauty.
No, he practices talking all the time. It doesn't have to be in front of a mirror.
I do.
Like you remember the Sims game?
I love The Sims, yeah.
Like how you would practice for charisma, you'd go and stand in front of a mirror and practice the speech.
Totally.
Maybe you do need to start standing in front of a mirror and then build up that riz, man.
My riz, oh Lord, my riz is razzed. I don't know. I ain't got I never had riz. Oh Lordy.
She's one of my favorite characters in Greece.
Oh yeah, Rizzoli, is that her name?
Rizzo.
Oops. Rizzo.
They kind of tried to like make her the bad guy, you know, the antagonist to Sandy, because she's Danny's ex-girlfriend. But I don't really, you know, I feel like Rizzo like deserved some happiness too. You know what I mean? She didn't, you know, just because she wasn't getting Danny doesn't mean she, you know.
I heard it. Yeah, I heard a theory in Greece that the whole thing where Cindy turns into the bad girl in the leather and all that all that was she was dead or something, and that was a dream or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm glad that's not how it went.
Yeah.
That's still one of my like favorite songs. When you talk about musicals,
That kind of thing could ruin a movie.
Exactly. I think
Like
about
Pan's Labyrinth.
You're the One That I Want.
When you find out that the whole thing is just her fever dream and she's dying because her stepfather shot her.
Oh Lord.
Man, that movie's gut-wrenching. Oh, sorry. I guess I should have said spoiler alert, but the movie's more than a decade old.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. If it's that old, it's fine. People should have seen it by now.
Yeah, Del Toro's an amazing director.
He is, you know, that movie made about the guy, the alien and the girl that's falling in love with him that was in the one like the Academy Award and all that stuff.
The Shape of Water.
Yeah, it was okay. It just, I don't know. It was an interesting film, but I don't know if that was.
Well, I like his Hellboy movies.
Yeah,
I like Pan's Labyrinth, in spite of how bad the
that's
ending
probably his masterpiece, I think.
I love Pacific Rim. I think that's great.
I like the first one pretty good.
First one was the second one I couldn't get through the whole thing.
Yeah,
watching him make Pacific Rim make me want to see what he would do with a Star Trek movie.
It could be interesting. That could be.
His aliens would definitely be unique. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh God, yeah. There'd be a total different design of the aliens, and it would work somehow, and it would be creepier.
As long as he didn't creepify the Klingons, we're good.
No. Well, you know, he'd make up his own aliens. He'd make a new planet, you know, which is perfect because Star Trek should be always about exploration.
Yeah.
You know, it shouldn't be about all the shit you've already seen in Star Trek.
It should be moving forward.
We should be bringing you somewhere new.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of people felt like when Enterprise was airing, how
Michael Dorn was totally that way.
It felt kind of stale because.
But I think there's a place for that too, though, right? Like I've always said, like, because you know, if I had to pick like a favorite movie franchise, right? Like I'm talking about a franchise that, like, if they said you can only watch one of these movie franchises from now on. Right, like, and you had to pick one.
That's hard,
right? You could pick Marvel, but then you're never watching Lord of the Rings again,
right?
You know, you could pick, you know, Star Wars, but then you can never watch Star Trek again, right?
Right.
Well, the one I would pick would be Harry Potter. Right, Potter's my absolute favorite.
I've always said Star Wars, but I'm getting closer and closer to saying Lord of the Rings.
Well, but the point I'm trying to make
up. Yeah.
If they made other stuff within the Harry Potter universe, I would watch it, right? Like, let's say they made a buddy cop show called Auras. I would watch that. If they made a sitcom called Muggles, and it's about a wizard family that lives next door to Muggles, and they're always trying to hide their magic from them.
Dude, that could be awesome. You could make it a comedy, and it would still work.
But I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make is you could fill an entire channel with shows in the Harry Potter universe, different types of shows, sitcoms, make me a game show. I would even watch that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you know, have like a sports channel where Quidditch matches are held. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
That sounds like some content that you need to be making for us. You need to be doing some of that on your channel.
There aren't any good Harry Potter figures, though.
There aren't? Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, I never hear anybody.
Nah, McFarlane's the one that has the license, and his Harry Potter figures suck. I mean, his Voldemort's good, and I have that.
How did he get a hold of the license?
They're all terrible.
How did he get a hold of the license?
He bought it.
Like, Hermione's like positioned in a way that if you turn her head, her neck looks like it has a goiter.
Is it like those movie Maniac style?
Yeah,
Limited
it is.
articulation.
Like all the articulation's there, but none of it works.
Right.
That's just sad. That is just sad when a figure doesn't range like it should.
Oh, sorry.
Right? Yeah, it's but that's why I never got on the McFarlane party wagon except for like larger figures.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like I bought his Nanaue, the King Shark.
Yeah.
Like that figure is fucking incredible. I love it.
No, I'm not gonna say he, like in his DC multiverse stuff, people, they complain a lot about the proportions, like the arms and the legs versus the torso. But I don't mind it. So I think it looks, it's passable. It's not
the
most
not
horrible.
The proportions of the figure on itself that bother me. It's that I can't mix it in with my G.I. Joe Classified.
I hate the fact that he chose to do 1/10 scale rather than 1/12 or approximate 1/12.
Well, and he did it out of spite, which is the worst part of it, because he said in an interview that he didn't want people to like be mixing his collection with that Mattel stuff. He wanted them to start from fresh with him. And it's like, great, man. All these people who've been collecting for years just get fucked then, huh?
Yep.
Okay, man, can you do me a favor? Because I don't have use of my mouse. Can you drop the link in the chat again? Because I know we've got 3 more spaces here open, and I'm not sure who's in the chat. But if you're in the chat now and you want to come on camera,
there it is.
We dropped the link in the chat. And Astray, I'm sorry if we didn't. I don't know if you're still here. We didn't get a chance.
I don't think he is. I think he left right after you said, "Hey, don't leave. We'll let you into the few minutes."
Yeah, sorry. We were just really into a great conversation with Dave, and I've been wanting to get him on the show forever, and so just overwhelmed by that. So,
yeah, there's a bunch of people over on Kaz's show right now. That's probably where they're all.
Yeah,
at.
That's probably where they are.
Yeah.
Did they get their power back on yet?
I don't know.
It looks like I'm not sure. I mean, Kaz is doing stuff on the computer by the look of it.
I know they had a generator.
Oh no! I don't think they have that power yet because Kaz and Bruce are still sitting in front of Kaz's house.
We got ours Tuesday, and we live in the same city. And it's what, Friday? I knew Georgia Power had pushed some areas back because when they went in and moved some of the trees, that it was like some of the stuff is like gone, like the poles are gone, the wires are gone. So that maybe that's where they are. I don't know exactly where they live in the area, but could be some of that going on, because it was so, this is the first time Cavemann's been back on because he got power yesterday, and then today,
I got power. Was it day before yesterday?
Well, today's Friday, the 5th.
So I got it. I got it Thursday.
And you got internet
9:00, and then we got internet back
today. Friday. Today's October 5th. So, yeah, they originally had promised us at the very earliest that we would get power where I live, 11:45 p.m. on the 5th. So technically it would have been Saturday or Sunday or something like that, or on the 6th or whatever. So yeah, it would have been Saturday or Sunday before we even got power, and we got it back Tuesday. I was like, oh my God. And our boil water advisory lifted yesterday. So where we're at, I guess we're kind of lucky. So it lifted for all of Augusta. So that's progress and all. It's just been, yeah, I was saying now yeah. So it's just been wild, so crazy. It's been wild.
I mean, it could definitely be worse, though. You could be one of those 223 that didn't make it.
That's true. Is it up to that? I knew it was over 100. I didn't know it was over 200. My God. Yeah, most of that's at least 100 of that I know is in North Carolina that they've found so far.
Yeah.
That's just crazy. That's just, I can't even imagine what that's like. We were lucky.
And unfortunately, people are going to need financial help after this because FEMA's broke. They kind of blew their wad on the whole border crisis.
But then I heard also that they said that another report came out and said that's not entirely true. They're not really broke, but it's just how they allocate money. The government's been out of money.
Yeah, they need to quit allocating it to Ukraine. Oh, wait a minute. I said we weren't supposed to talk politics.
Well, yeah. Well, I was going to say, when you have a $34 trillion deficit and growing every minute, you've already overdrawn that checkbook. So it's really shifting money around at this point. It's probably all theoretical.
Well, they need to stop spending on stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, for example, why the hell is there a fucking $14 million retirement fund for chimpanzees
I don't know.
coming out of our federal budget?
I haven't heard that. But
you'd be shocked if you went and looked at some of the crazy shit they give money to.
Yeah.
Some of the grants they offer. Like, they gave one kid like a $5,000 grant to like not take his hand off of one specific spot on a wall.
Let me guess, that was under some kind of art.
Yeah.
I learned.
Am I even looking at?
I learned from Independence Day that where they had the $1,500 toilet seats and all that. It was to cover for Area 51. That's where they're really spending the money, right?
If only that were the case.
Yeah. The aliens are trying to get away from here.
Rather than give a guy, $10,000 to tape a banana to a wall, why don't you fix some fucking streets?
Yeah.
Maybe improve public transportation. Maybe start building that maglev train, to conserve energy and, and cross-country travel.
Well, you get logged down in so many I can't say bureaucracies. I can't say. What's the word?
Bureaucracies.
Thank you.
I'm 2 beers in and I can still say it.
I'm all my rum in and or whatever. Bourbon. I think I had bourbon. I think I have caramel bourbon tonight. Some kind of mix.
I'm like 5 bowls in.
Oh dear.
But I'm in Illinois. It's legal here.
Yeah, I'm in the South. I'm at the Bible Buckle.
The Bible Buckle.
So, nothing's legal here.
I don't think we're quite the Buckle.
But what's this?
No. If you were the Buckle, you'd be closer to the butthole, and everyone knows Chicago is the butthole of America.
I never know how to.
It
even
looks like one. Have you ever looked at like the map of the country via like railroads? Chicago is literally a butthole.
You address them as DFS.
DFS, okay. DFS says
DFS.
They pay contractors here $500,000 to dig a 3-inch depth by 24-inch length, 12-inch wide hole. Wow, that's crazy. And
California,
we say, damn,
waste of money.
California knows how to waste money in the city. Oh, Lordy.
Man. Yeah, California's got it bad. Illinois got it bad.
You got it.
Hell, New York, didn't Eric Adams just get indicted?
Yeah, and he's like, we're going to fight this. I'm like, dude, you had to have done that. You know that you've done some of that stuff. There's no way getting around that. Did he go to
a Diddy party?
I think he did, actually. I don't know.
Oh, well, that's the crazy thing. All the people who've been to Diddy parties.
He is going to sing like a canary. So, he's going to come up. He's going to
kill himself in prison.
Yeah, something like that. Or it'll be like, yeah, he took his own life. DFS says, I wouldn't believe it if I didn't have to write the check. Oh, now he's writing the checks. You can take that to the bank and cash it. What are you doing there, Caveman? You unwrapping something?
Yeah.
How's it going, man? There's space on here if you want to jump on. I believe you put the link in the chat a little while ago.
Yeah, the link's in the chat there at the 11:16 p.m.
There it is.
And there it is again. So if y'all want to jump in, anybody wants to jump in, we got 3 more spaces on the live stream here because I'm a cheap
DFS
bastard.
has an interesting top 10 for us, man. It's
okay. Well, bring it on.
Fun.
He said he's chilling, just got
home with a new bag. He's James Brown today.
Papa's got. You beat me to
Papa's
it.
got a brand new bag.
And I'm in Augusta, so I can say that. Home of the Godfather of Soul. He's like, give me 2 minutes. Okay. All right. We'll be
I'm not a
waiting for you.
papa, and all my bags are old. I have no business saying that.
Papa's got a brand new bag.
He even comes with the little clay.
Nice.
Who's that
That's
for
awesome.
uninitiated?
So if you have
Okay,
Finsta, that's great.
On Power Rangers, Ed,
Yeah.
they used to the main villains would make this clay piece of a monster, and Finster would turn it into a real monster and send it down to fight the Power Rangers.
Oh.
Cause trouble, whatever. So that's what
in the
that
Monster-matic, I believe it was called.
Is that kind of
right.
that's kind of the in Clash of the Titans, the Olympians, or they made the clay things and put them in the little clay set? Yeah.
Well, Finsta made the little clay monster and then sent it to Earth, and then Rita would throw her staff at Earth and make her monster grow. Grow, my Golda!
She threw a stick at him and make him grow.
Yeah.
What was her name? Rita what? Rita or something?
Rita Repulsa.
Rita Repulsa.
My daughters watched Mighty Morphin a little bit. They used to call her Rita Horsebutt because she had that big frump in the back.
Hey, Caveman, you're going to hear me say something that I probably hadn't said to you, but we've actually watched the first 4 episodes of Agatha all along, and you know what? It's not that bad.
Really?
It's not that bad. It's not great, but it's not that bad.
I'm gonna.
That was Ed's subtle way of saying, I don't want to talk about Power Rangers.
I don't know shit about Power Rangers. I just know they came
awesome theme song.
Yep.
And once it's in your head,
somebody said that
Agatha had an awesome theme song too.
Yeah,
that's true.
But
not
I
as
saw
awesome
something recently that all of the Power Rangers action sequences were like ripped off from some Japanese or
not
Chinese
ripped off. It was contracted. It was contracted.
Because it
here's
was
what happened. This guy Saban, right? He's like
right.
a cheap filmmaker, right? He's a corner cutter in every sense of the word, right? He's like Dino. He's like discount Dino De Laurentiis.
That's pretty discount,
right? So he goes to Japan and he sees this Super Sentai show, which is basically everything, all the fight scenes you see in the Power Rangers stuff, but with Japanese actors doing the in-between stuff with a different story. It's not like high school kids and stuff.
Okay.
They're like superheroes and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he buys the rights to use that footage any way he chooses in America. Then he hires a cast to do all the out-of-costume stuff and just uses all the Super Sentai for the fight scenes and the giant monster battles. And the only thing that's new is all the stuff with the American actors in it. That's why in the first season, the Yellow Ranger is a dude.
In the costume, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the last season they did the same thing. They kind of outsourced it to Japan or wherever for the last season of X-Men. That's why the animation looked so different, and it was real jarring.
I don't know if they outsourced it to Japan, but yeah, it was outsourced to something. Probably China.
China.
All right, I'm going to say this. They kind of went cheapy with his feet, but he'll stand up good. But it probably looks like the show because, you see the hooves there, but then it's a regular foot.
Wow, yeah. Well, because it's designed on the actual guy in the costume.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's probably why it's like that. But from looking at it on the front, it does look like hooves. He's got a reverse ab hinge and a ball joint in the torso.
So he's got balls on his torso.
Nice. More likely to get him down into like a 4-legged running pose or something.
Maybe.
How
He's
far
got
does
pretty
he bend
good.
back? Oh, see, that's a lot. That's what I'm talking about when I say four-legged running pose.
And
Could
he's
be
got a
used.
good bit of butterfly. I mean, it goes
Nice.
back that far and forward that far. So,
And
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't have to. That's like one of the Power Rangers monsters that could fit in anywhere.
yeah, and that's why that
You know,
and it
it's
was
like
free.
generic monster.
That's why I picked it up. So,
Yeah, I took the. You remember the Doctor Strange wave with the Build-A-Figure Minotaur, the green Minotaur?
yeah, with the.
I took that
can't ever
Minotaur
remember.
head and hands and put them on the Joe Fixit Hulk body. So I have a
Oh.
Minotaur in a suit.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I didn't have both legs. Otherwise, I would have like probably replaced the shoes with some hooves.
I ended up getting that whole wave, and that's probably the last full MCU wave I bought. Now I got the one with the Captain Marvel wave, but it had some other stuff in it too, some comic stuff.
The last full MCU wave I bought was the Build a Cosmo.
Build a who?
Cosmo, the dog.
Ah, okay.
Cosmo. That's Cosmo's moon.
Cosmo is a good.
But that
dog.
wave was great, anyways, because it was the whole Guardians team in the blue uniforms, man.
Yeah,
How do you not want that? You know.
I just, it's a thing. You got to draw the line somewhere. So I shy away from the MCU stuff as much as I can.
Yeah, we were talking about this before. I was saying, man, we should, if they ever do like mixed waves, we should just go halves, man. So
Yeah.
I'll take all the MCU, you take all the comic.
That's cool.
Because I only do MCU figures.
I will say this about the MCU figures, though. What I do like about them is they're more of a true 1/12 scale because they're slightly smaller than the regular Marvel Legends. So they actually fit in better with the G.I. Joe and I won't really say they fit in better with Star Wars. Star Wars still seems slightly smaller.
Well, they're all superheroes, so I don't mind them being bigger than the average people. But they do, the reason that the MCU ones are more scale appropriate than the comic ones is because they're based on real people.
Yeah.
Right. So Chris Hemsworth is scaled for Chris Hemsworth, and Scarlett Johansson scaled for Scarlett Johansson. So the Scarlett figure is going to be significantly shorter than the Chris figure.
Right.
And that's something they don't really worry about with the comic book figures. You notice all the females are the same height.
Yeah.
All the men are the same
well, it's
height.
because they reuse that same buck over and over,
Yeah.
They're getting
so they
to
can't
now,
do that with the MCU. So that's why I like it better.
They can't do that as well. I won't say they can't do that. They're shying away from that older mold a little bit more. You're starting to see that Avengers Anniversary Black Widow body.
That is a great figure, man. That's
I love that.
But you know why I don't have it? Because I'm like the kind of person that gets a definitive version of a character and then stops buying that character.
Right.
And what I did was I took a Mezco 112 Collective Catwoman, and I took the web gear off of a couple different Black Widow figures, and I took a Scarlett Johansson head from a Black Widow figure, and I made a custom Black Widow. And my custom Black Widow with the soft goods and the fucking it's awesome. So I like never need to buy another Black Widow.
Right.
And the thing is, she's got like the wristbands from one of the ones that had the shooting effects and the smoke effects.
Oh yes, I love those, dude.
Right. She's got the waist web gear, the belt and holsters that have removable guns. And then she has the jetpack that came with the gray comic book Widow, the Shield jetpack.
Yeah.
So it's like, what else does this need? You know, this is like the perfect freaking Black Widow figure. So I haven't bought another Black Widow figure, but that Black Widow figure you're talking about, just because of the articulation in the buck, I thought about picking one up to make a custom Baroness figure.
Well, not just that, but the heads, you know, that one has 3 different portraits, and they're all great, and they represent different eras of Black Widow.
Right,
Well,
right.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you, Prophet. Like, for me, Wolverine, my Wolverine has the yellow suit. For Caveman, it's the brown suit. It's just probably his favorite. But I'm like stuck in that. That's what Wolverine needs to look like, you know. And
Yeah,
it'd
I'm
be
with
hard for me to
Caveman
move
on the
on.
brown suit.
Yeah,
It only goes for the yellow suit because his definitive X-Men is the animated series.
the animated series. That's
Yeah,
really
see,
where I came on board.
my X-Men come from the Claremont era.
Right, and I respect that.
I love in the age, man. I still say Mutant Massacre is the greatest crossover they ever did, that Marvel ever did. I mean, you know, Secret Wars comes close, but it wasn't much of a crossover. It was more of you know, just a standalone.
DFS, how's it going, my friend?
DFS, what's up, brother?
Hey. Yeah, if
Welcome.
I had to say my favorite X-Men crossover in the comic books,
Echo.
Yeah.
and this is a very unpopular opinion, but my favorite, hands down, nothing else is even close, Inferno.
I love Inferno too. And yeah, a lot of people say, oh, that's just so childish. Well, you know, I was kind of a bit of a child when I read it and fell in
Dude, are
love
you
with
kidding? Sexy demon queens controlling armies of hell? Like, what's wrong with that? I don't understand.
Let me see.
Nothing in my book.
Yeah, I got your top 10 put together for the show, DFS.
Oh, you got that one?
Yeah, that you put in the comments?
What's that one? It's that cult film.
I got every movie that was on your list. I found a poster for it.
Oh yeah, the cult film with the guy who did Kill Pussycat Kill.
That wasn't on. I don't think that was on your list. Hang on, I have your list here.
Let me see.
Did you have something you wanted to put up on the screen, DFS? Like your list, or okay.
I have his list. I'll present it right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
this is what he put in the comment section. All right, there you go. Okay, man, it's there.
Let's see.
So yeah, this is what he put in the comment section.
Yeah, have you seen Lost Empire?
The Valley of the Wind.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I only said that title because you can't read it.
I almost put that on there, man, just because Chuck Norris.
That one's important. That's an important movie for me. Like when it comes to animation and art, it like inspires me in ways that I don't realize it until I go, oh yeah, that's because I watched that movie.
Do you know why it inspires you, or like what particular about it?
The post-apocalyptic stuff when I was a child, that shit stuck with me hardcore. Like, remember that movie Cyborg?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that as a kid. It scared the fuck out of me. Oh my god! And I started writing right away when I was a kid. I started writing stories after I started seeing post-apocalyptic stuff, and I'd write a bunch of shit.
That's how I am with like Terminator. That really did it for me, you know, just seeing all the futuristic stuff. And I was like, oh man, to this day, just, you know, inspired by that, you know.
Terminator. I try not to watch it too often because, you know, it's really good.
Yeah.
You know, one of my favorite post-apocalyptic movies is Cherry 3000.
Cherry 3000. Let me see.
I fucking love that movie with Melanie Griffith, like guiding the guy across the desert to find a sex robot. And then he doesn't even keep the sex robot. It's like, you fucking idiot. That's the whole point of the movie.
I gotta see this.
Fucking idiot. All right. This guy has up and down hinges on his C-grip hands. No waist swivel. Just in the upper torso.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
there's that.
Oh, we
movie
lost.
on
We
the
lost
list.
digital.
Sorry,
Oh,
that was
shit.
me. That's what you're fine. That was
Did
me.
you cut me out?
I was
Fucker.
trying to put you on blast.
Made me
He
think
freaking
my
bounced you,
mic
man. The
died.
bastard. It was on purpose. Don't let him tell you otherwise.
He was tired of somebody else talking.
Yeah, I'm being good about this.
I kind of like. You know what it reminds me of? Do you remember Saturday Night Live, the Jackalope?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
That's
It's like out of Lorne Michaels' Nightmares.
I was going to say, I'm pretty pleased with this for it being free.
Yeah, you can't beat free.
That thing's crazy looking. I'll put it that way.
He's got like a Yoda face in a way. You know, the Yoda ears and a Rudolph. It looks like Rudolph and Yoda had a baby, don't
It's
it?
fucking badass.
Hey,
Give him a red nose.
That's what happened on one drunken Christmas when Santa fucked Rudolph.
And later, Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
Yeah. Yoda tapped that reindeer ass.
So it's supposed to be a
Now
goat?
it's like Santa's enforcer.
No,
Oh
it's
my god,
supposed
I
to-
need
it's
to
like
pick
a
one up and
minotaur.
like deck
Oh,
it out in
it's a sheep.
Christmas
It's
stuff.
a sheep.
It's
You know
a,
you gotta
it's
do
a,
it.
It's a mountain sheep.
the fuck is this thing called? Shit, it doesn't even say. Oh, Mighty Morphin, Mighty Minotaur.
Oh,
Betcha.
minotaur. Okay.
Right? It's not a minotaur though. It's got like a deer's head, not a cow's
Yeah,
head.
look, yeah. But it doesn't
Some
have
kind of
deer horns.
ungulate.
It has bull horns.
Maybe minotaur means something different in Japan. I don't know.
Possibly.
He's got 2 extra hands. And these are on in and out hinges.
Well, yeah, because you know all the monsters do kung fu in Power Rangers.
Yeah. And then he comes with the little clay figure.
Yeah, that thing's amazing. Like if you had the
I think
Finsta figure, that improves the value of that like tremendously.
And then he comes with his club here and a shield and a lightning effect.
Yeah, it's pretty cool lightning effect. Palpatine would be envious.
The only way he could be better if his mouth was articulated. Ooh,
Oh, is that
Brave
the
Star.
Marshall
Yeah, it
That's
comes
pretty
with-
cool.
Brave Star?
Yeah, you know, he comes with the other.
Which
other
is
hat.
that the ramen
Yeah.
toy one?
Yeah, he's got 2 head sculpts, you know. Let me see.
Sweet.
That's nice.
One of them is a little more serious than the other one.
So he's like Zephyr Beeblebrox.
And he's got that hat with the little mouthpiece.
Oh, that's
It's
cool.
got the sunglasses on it too.
It looks like
A
Cyclops.
visor. It's a visor.
visor.
My bad.
Or it's the Geordie LaForge.
Yeah. He's got this rifle.
Shoot the fleas off a ticket 300 yards.
It's just nice. And he's got the what are these ores called again?
Gummies.
I forgot what they were called on the show.
Red kryptonite. That's the stuff that makes Clark horny.
Makes him a badass.
So he's got this holster here. You can take all this shit off here. Here, I'll show you. You can fucking, it just comes right off. Little hole right there. They go in pretty good. You know. And he's got
That's what she said.
Yeah. It comes off
Yeah.
pretty easy too.
same thing here with this pistol.
Nice.
Cool.
This pistol's fucking badass.
Oh, cool.
That reminds me of the one that the robots on the black hole use.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then you get, you know, you pop his head off real easy. 'Cause
Dope.
all the plastics like kind of like SH figure art style, where it's all
Nice.
soft.
He looks like in
And it's
Beetlejuice
got
where
a
they
full
shrunk their heads.
dumbbell in the neck too. That's
Yeah, don't
good.
lose your necklace.
And then you could take this off. You could take his
The kind
belt
of
off.
thing a carpet monster eats.
So it's easy to take it off.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, sweet.
you can
Look at
swap
that.
it
Your
out
classic Brave style look.
with this one if you want.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Blue. So you know whichever, or you can just have them more. You know. ready to go to the dance.
Right. That's for when he stops at the brothel. Less to get out of the way.
There you go.
But he's got 6 hands, and then he's got this this like shield thing here.
Then he needs 3 women.
Just hands backwards, jerking off backwards.
He's got a star shield. Oh, that's very
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get that in there.
Well, it's an energy shield. It's shaped like a star.
So he can be Native American or he can be Jewish.
That's the thing. Is that there's a lot of mixed element stuff going on with this show. It's great.
Right. Well, it was a cartoon about a Native American character written by a Jewish guy.
interesting. That's diversity right there. And inclusion.
In a good way.
In a good way.
His lower legs, like the knee pads and stuff, they're all like different parts, you know, and like same with these thigh pieces. If you
Those knee pads are way more useful on female figures.
Yeah,
You are the peanut gallery tonight, aren't you?
See, even these shin pieces, if you wanted to, you could take all this shit off his legs. You can have him like dressed up, like you said, go to the fucking prostitution place, the saloon.
Nice.
The saloon and talk up Miss Kitty.
Yeah, it seems like the figure has a lot of options.
This is a great figure. I'm not gonna lie.
And seeing how all those pieces are removable, I'm assuming they're going to reuse that buck for other stuff and just add different accessories to it.
I have no idea.
That's a really cool figure, DFS. Did you know Ed got new headphone covers today?
Really?
Yes. Did you see the part where he put them on?
Yeah, he said that was like equivalent of us with showing toys.
I had to do something to show up, show out. So I got my new headphone. Fancy.
Nice. He's fancy now. I like that word, fancy.
Here's your one chance. Fancy, don't let me down.
Yeah,
I always thought it was funny that the ketchup at McDonald's had fancy ketchup written on the package.
Did it? It sure did.
Because there damn sure ain't nothing fancy about McDonald's. Except the playground back in the 80s. That was pretty damn
right.
funny.
It's probably from back in like the 50s when they first started putting condiments in packages. It's like, ooh, how fancy.
57 varieties.
No, I'll tell you who got the fancy one. Chick-fil-A got the fancy condiments. They got the ketchup. You can squirt it out, or it's a tray.
Oh yeah,
nice. You know what the least fancy condiment container is? The fucking syrup container at McDonald's. There's no way you're getting 100% of that on your plate.
Oh,
it's impossible.
You may spill some.
No, it is.
You may spill some when you're trying to open the son of a bitch.
They're like, as soon as they put it in the bag and hand the bag to you, they're like, this motherfucker's going to be sticky all day.
It's like the damn salt shakers where you got to grind your own salt or pepper.
Because, let's be real. If you're getting McDonald's pancakes, you're like on your way to work.
Shit.
Right? You're not buying that if you have a choice to get something else. You're buying that because it's quick and on the way.
Right. And you can't eat pancakes on the way to work. You're going to spill that syrup everywhere.
Yeah, you're going to eat it in your car when you get to work, whatever, or you're going to eat it sitting at work, but you're going to get that syrup all over.
If you want pancakes, you go to IHOP and you sit there until you can't eat no more pancakes. And then you order more.
We got a place down the street over here. They got some women working down there. It'll fucking blow your mind. They serve some great omelets and pancakes. Yeah.
I like going to the
do they only blow your mind? Because if they blow something else, I'm there.
You know, I'm afraid to go any further because I don't want to empty my wallet. You know,
I like going to the Waffle House because they ask you when they give you the bill, you get that bill with a side of grease. The bill's like wet when they give it to you. You're like, ugh, gross. Here's 20. You just throw money.
Or they put it in the condensation on the table from the drink.
Yeah, and you can't read what it is anyway, and it was scribble anyway. They wrote it in crayon.
Let's see.
Yeah, it was pretty bad up here in Augusta. I saw some Waffle Houses that were closed. I was like, oh, this is really happening.
That was a code red.
That was a code red.
They literally refer to that as a code red if the Waffle House closes.
Yeah.
Yeah, one time when I was at IHOP, I had a waitress who had one leg shorter than the other. Her name was Eileen.
Oh no,
And you're like, come on, Eileen.
no.
Damn, isn't this a family show? You want to come on Eileen?
Why the hell not?
She had it coming.
That was a weird fucking band, Dexy's Midnight Runners.
Yeah.
Like, why were they all wearing overalls with no shirts? Like, I understand one of them wearing it. I mean, it's comfortable, but what were the odds that they were all wearing that on the same day?
They were all coming out of a pub. That's probably the stuff they were wearing the day before and the day before.
Here we go.
Nice sniper pose.
Yeah, I'm trying to get-
Sniper.
See, can your silly Minotaur do a sniper pose?
Can he? Huh?
No.
Can he do it with his legs crossed?
Maybe, I don't know.
Can he do it with his legs
It doesn't
crossed?
make sense though. Why would he do a sniper pose with a
He's gotta
spiky
pee.
club?
He's got to pee really bad. And he's
I
got
got
his
him in
legs
the-
crossed.
Hey, look. In the Minotaur's defense, I doubt Bravestar's going to fight Odin either.
You get him leaned over, you know.
But on that note, fellas, I have to take a little break because my rental period has expired.
Your rental period?
Yes, my rental period on my beer.
Oh,
As
well,
All right, yeah,
Expired.
and I too have a full bladder and an empty drink, and I would like to reverse that.
okay.
Yes.
Well, I
So
guess
I
me
will
and
return.
ZFS are going to keep talking. When y'all get back, I'll go refill myself. I brought like 3 drinks, but the alcohol's empty.
I got one big gulp right here.
There you
This
go.
is Slurpee.
I got a Sonic. What's left of a Sonic?
A Slurpees.
Slurpees are great, man.
Hell yeah.
So what else you got there that you figures and stuff?
Let me see. I was fucking with this. It's by Ernest Corecraft. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me go grab it. It's this little 3 3/4 figure, and she has like a robot that she can ride. You could turn it into like a motorcycle.
Mm-hmm. Cool. We've got four people on camera. Got room for 2 more people. We've got the link there in the chat if anybody wants to hop in. Just feel free to.
Ernest Corecraft.
Let me put you on blast there.
Yeah, here she is. You see, it's
Wow.
got these little wheels for feet, and it'll stand on the motherfuckers.
It's kind of like a transformer.
Yeah, kind of. It doesn't really. They don't really transform. Like you have to
Okay.
take a bunch of shit apart, and you can like customize it however you want. See, this one's got big ass cheeks. Big ass cheek. But I got that shield on there blocking her ass. Here, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, she got the big ass. And she's up on this mech. It's like rolls around on these little wheels.
Oh, okay.
And then you can take it apart and turn it into a little motorcycle. But the mech's cool. It comes with like 2 or 3 little guns. And some of the guns, they turn into like different guns. Here, let me show you. Yeah. This pistola here, you can turn it into like a sniper.
Oh, that's neat.
And it's got
Sweet.
those where you can pose it where. Here, let me see if I can get it. Let me see if I can get this shit open here. You know, if you were to pose it like after it fired a shot or something.
Uh-huh.
And it's got a little detail in there inside the rail. Kind of badass.
Oh, cool.
Wing. But yeah,
That's
it's-
badass.
And then the way, you know, most of these guns, they come apart like at the handle. So
Mhm.
there's different handle offsets and shit. They give you options to try out, and it comes with a couple different shield styles. This one in particular, and then her body is in that sitting pose right now, so they give you a different torso, so you can pose her however the fuck you want. And then it's got like
is that magnetic? The way that connects?
I was gonna show you that. It's got like a little backpack. See, on her back right now, she's got this little thing, and it's like kind of closed back. And then there's another one where it's a little jetpack where it's the same thing, but it's opened up. Oh yeah, I found one. Here, let me see. So it makes it a little detail. And then she has guns too for her little ass fucking hands too. It's crazy. And then she has hands that just grip the motorcycle with like the two fingers forward for the brake and the clutch. And she's dope. And if you were to ever buy one of these Ernest Core Crafts, I would recommend this one. Whatever the hell it's called. But yeah, it can stand on.
That's pretty cool.
It can stand on. Shush. On a good day. Yeah. I don't know how she does it. She manages. See, that's what I've been fucking with lately. More than anything else. It's fun.
Cool.
It's
cool.
It's fun to mess around with it. There's Scorpionox over there in the background.
Oh, cool.
Scorp. You get anything new lately?
I don't do as much collecting as the other guys do, Caveman and Prophet and the rest. I haven't got anything recently, not really. No. Don't have much.
So I did
I'm trying to
see
get into
something.
some collecting.
I did see something new today. It's not out yet. It's up a pre-order right now on Big Bad Toy Store.
What's that?
But I'm definitely gonna jump in on this.
Oh shit!
Oh, that's cool.
This is this thing is fucking awesome, man. Look at this thing.
Some furry shit right there.
It's got like posable eyes, right? So you could change the direction. It's got 3 different face sculpts. All this crazy shit.
Badass.
That's cool.
I mean, it's look at the paint is amazing. Like this thing looks incredible, and she's like a mechanic, I guess, right? But the funny thing is, like, I want to do a joke with it where somebody's like making fun of Crocmaster for having such a relationship with Fiona, like a close relationship with his crocodile. And then, one of the Joes would be like, who gets that close to their animal? And they're standing right next to Snake Eyes and have this girl walk by and go, hi, Dad, to Snake Eyes, while he's like got the white timber right next to him. But yeah, $52.
Is that a good price?
Second quarter of next year. Comes with all this incredible gear.
I wonder how many hands she comes with.
There you go.
6 hands.
So 4 pairs of hands, 8 hands total. Yeah, the little tools that fit in the tool belt that clips on a hip, like
that's badass.
It's a great looking figure.
I like that. It's like a wooden sword she has.
Yeah, it's fucking great, like a Rudius or something. Her little mallet, that's pretty great. But then there's another thing coming out.
Make wooden swords when we were kids.
Right here. This is from Fresh Monkey Fiction. The same company that does the Santa Claus figures and everything. But this is like Big Bad Toy Store exclusive, like big bad soldier. Like it's meant to be like their store's like a toy.
Okay.
Right, but look at this figure. This thing's incredible.
Big bad.
That is pretty neat.
I mean, you could set this thing up like 10 different ways. You could army build these, have them be like, some type of Cobra unit or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's just good stuff, man. Just really, really good stuff.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, those are the two figures I saw today that sparked my interest. Yeah, I thought it would be funny if that like wolf girl walked past Snake Eyes, like Snake Eyes is petting Timber, like the white version of Timber. Have that girl walk by and go, "Hi, Dad," to Snake Eyes. just put the question in the air, like, did Snake Eyes fuck that wolf?
Oh my god.
It's 2025.
Almost.
Hey man, there's a lot of like, there's one woman, she tried to sue a veterinarian for not taking care of a kid that identified as a dog.
That's crazy.
And the vet's like, lady, I'm not a human doctor. I don't know the human anatomy. Like, your kid can think it's a dog all at once. It doesn't change his anatomy.
It needs its anal glands excreted. Go for it.
It's kind of mental that like a rational human being could like approach that as a winnable lawsuit. Like, and what fucking lawyer?
We're gonna sue, honey. We're gonna sue.
Right, that should be America's slogan. I'll sue you.
We're gonna sue. Yep.
Like that.
I'm reading about my headphones.
That morbidly obese family that tried to sue McDonald's for them being fat. It's like, look, unless the clown showed up at your house with a shotgun and forced you to eat at gunpoint, you can't blame McDonald's for your obesity.
I blame the EBT.
I'll let y'all talk for a second. I'm going to go do a quick refill here. I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I blame the
That
EBT.
matches your bandana.
That's why I grabbed it. I was like, oh shit, I'm matching it. Hey, this thing's fucking nice. It's a sick KO.
What does the alt mode look like?
It's a Cyclonus. It's perfect. It is Fans Toys, but it's just a KO of Fans Toys.
Yeah, I heard you say KO, so I assumed it was a third party.
Yeah, so it's like the best rendition of Cyclonus, and this would be the Shattered Glass Cyclonus, where he has like an experimental reactor core. That's why he has that flaming guts appearance.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I think they missed an opportunity with Shattered Glass. Because they just flip-flopped everybody. They made all the good guys bad and all the bad guys good. And they could have, like, mixed it up, You could have got to see some, Could you imagine Megatron and Optimus both being bad guys?
That would have been cool.
Yeah. Optimus and Megatron are buffoons.
I think the problem, like, when the writing gets bad and things get repetitive and shit, it's because yeah. All right, so when I was growing up, I used to draw like all the time. Love to draw, right? Could you like a full portrait of somebody and have it look photorealistic.
Right.
But then people start asking me to draw for them. You know, they give me like, oh, can you draw this? Oh, can you draw that?
Yeah.
And that takes
And you know, they pay me to do it or whatever. And it's like, all right, so now it's work. Now it's not fun anymore. This isn't something I want to do, you know?
That's what they do. That's
Yes, it's no fun when it's an assignment.
mhm.
Right? Like, I want to just do it at my pace, you know, my way. I don't want, like...
You have to take your time. And if something doesn't go right, you got to take your time again.
Right? You step back and find where you made the mistake and start over from there.
And
you know, because you don't want to build on top of a mistake. You got to go back to before the mistake.
right.
Unless you're Jack Kirby, who they said never used an eraser.
You never build on a mistake. You just tear this shit down.
What do we tear?
Stop what the hell you're doing.
All of it.
No, we're just in general. We were talking about art specifically, but I mean, I think it's a good philosophy for anything, you know.
Tear it down.
Don't what we were saying is don't build on top of a mistake.
Right.
Backtrack to before the mistake happened and start over from there.
Right.
Right.
You build on top of it. I mean, look at China right now. They've got like a whole like slew of apartment buildings that are just crumbling with nobody living in them because they took shortcuts when preparing the land for the construction. Right? They didn't fill in sinkholes underneath it. They didn't, you know what I mean? Like, and now these buildings are just toppling over.
It's like over here.
Oopsies.
I read it. I didn't read an article. I saw a video.
You didn't read an article because it has a lot of words
that said, well, you know, sometimes I read, sometimes I don't.
Okay.
You know, it depends on where the information is available.
Right.
I will admit, probably sadly so, that if there's a video version of the information, I go for that first as opposed to what's read. I usually only get to the reading part if there's not enough information on video.
There you go.
But I watched the video. It was a report about China has like more sinkholes than anywhere else on Earth. Like because they just built their roads and their communities like on top of like unstable land or some shit.
They're like building like intercontinental kind of road or something that's going to like connect them to in Russia to the Middle East or something. I thought I saw.
Well, they keep trying. They you know, that's all pipe dream shit. Honestly, because here's the thing, man. They can't even afford their Navy.
Sure.
Right? They have a total of 3 aircraft carriers, and they don't have enough planes to fill 2 of them.
They don't have nuclear aircraft carriers.
All they have is men. They don't have like, you know, shit tons of equipment and stuff. You know,
they have a shitload of rockets. They got a fuckload of rockets and missiles.
They got rockets, yes, but they don't have like.
That's it.
Like America, we have what 14 aircraft carrier contingents,
Something like that.
And each of those has 2 aircraft carriers, 4 battleships, 2 submarines. Like literally, the rest of the world combined can't deal with our Navy.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
They can't handle the truth.
No, that was the Marines, dude.
And our turbofan engines, are still the best.
Yeah, our Navy is absolutely dominant.
That's America for it.
Thrust.
Fuck yeah.
That's what she said.
But you know, Japan, they're fucking. Was it 8 years ago that they've been able to build military naval technologies. So they've been developing their second, and it's a 6th generation fighter jet. And the fucking thing's gonna be insane.
Oh, they will, because they're building all the best chips.
And yeah, they're gonna have like a fighter jets connected to a whole network of other fucking little
Fucking Terminators, hunter killers.
Right? Like it won't even be up to the pilot if a kill shot is taken.
And then
Right? It'll be target acquired, and some dude in a suit somewhere will press a button, and that person will die.
Yep.
Yeah, they're specking out their planes so that their electronics are fucking air conditioned so they don't get picked up on radar signature and shit.
Holy crap. That's smart.
Yeah, they got fucking their next jets are gonna be fucking amazing.
But the stuff that our government lets us even get a glimpse of to like
Oh yeah.
talk about is usually 20 years behind what they've already got, working prototypes of. So it's like, we can't even imagine like what they have.
Well, you can imagine because government spending is public knowledge.
That's true.
We spent $1 trillion developing this.
Yeah, you can go and take a look at who's getting all the money.
Yeah, that's where all the budgets go. Yeah, we can't feed people. We can sure as hell arm ourselves.
Yeah, we spend more on military than the next 10 countries combined.
We do.
America, fuck yeah.
And then
we gotta sell those technologies, and we gotta sell those weapons. Yeah. Not problem.
Well, the problem is we've got our nose in so many other people's business that if we ever lost the upper hand, they'd attack.
I tell you what, and I'm not advocating violence or anything, but I was so amazed by what Israel supposedly did with all the batteries and those things, how they intercepted the shipment and they had all those pagers,
that's fucking
get
amazing.
Delivered and blow up. Then they did it the next day or two. They did it with the radios, and then they did it with something else. And I'm like, holy crap, that is like some James Bond evil villain stuff, or
I was trying to wrap my head around
that is so next level that we hadn't even conceived of.
They knew these people were going to be using like a certain that they needed a radio and a technology, and they needed a certain type of cell phone. So they
make sure they all bought it
to fill that void. And these guys had no idea that they were just fucking buying into the fucking bullshit.
Like they literally intercepted the entire shipment of pagers, replaced one of the batteries, and it looks identical, but it was actually an explosive of some sort. Had that reassembled, had all that stuff, I guess, repackaged or whatever, sent it on its way, and it got delivered to everywhere. And I'm like, that's amazing. The logistics.
And then once they activated, you just send them a page and boom.
Exactly. And the weird thing about it is, how come the postal service doesn't work that way? How come anything else government-wise usually doesn't hold up? Or it's, we can't build the super train or the speed bullet train across the country.
Well, that's the illusion, isn't it? Like that the politicians are smarter than us, and they're doing their job to keep us all healthy and happy. But they're not. They're just a bunch of idiots who, only learned how to con people in college.
Yeah. They know.
The more government that there is, the worse things will get, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Let the people govern themselves, man.
Yeah, it may come to that. And everybody's focusing on the hurricanes and all this stuff and what the diddlers
and
do.
Who's helping? Everybody that's down there helping are people who are doing it of their own accord.
Exactly.
The people
But
who are supposed to be down there helping are pulling their pockets out. Oh, we don't have any money.
People that aren't aware don't know that we're so close on the edge of like World War III. Like Israel is ready to retaliate against Iran, who just bombed the mess out of them the other day. And I saw a report where they said, this is the first time we saw any damage to a military installation that was Israeli, because you never see that. But they had messed up some of their strategic military installations.
It's not surprising. Biden gave them $6 billion in weapons.
Well, but the thing is, they're not talking about Israel is going to retaliate, and this could be it. I'm like, I don't know, man.
Wait,
it's crazy.
I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's World War III like that.
I hope
not. There's constant fighting in the Middle East. just not always in front of our faces. We don't always see it.
Yeah.
Right now, the one that could bring World War III is if we keep poking Russia.
China.
Well, because Russia and China and now North Korea have like a coalition.
Right, and they were developing their own money system too, and they could essentially, work that through with the Middle East, which they were kind of talking to countries over there. And if
China
they do that, it could almost they could almost go off of the American dollar, and that could crash our currency. I don't know. Anything's possible.
Our currency's already worth less than it has been in ages.
True.
Ever.
What happens when you just print money endlessly?
Yeah.
Let's see. It says that this year, our obligations for Israel. Where the hell is that shitty ass country? Excuse me.
That's a great country.
I'm trying to click it. Hold on. It's this website. Damn, it's such a little fucking hole right there. There's Gaza. God. Okay. I can't even click. All right,
If there was one law I could pass in Congress, it would be that like all congressmen and senators who are in the Senate or in Congress when it's in session, if they are asked the yes or no question and they don't answer it, they're fined. Like, just say yes or no. That's all it is. It's a yes or no question.
During the vice presidential debate, when he asked a question of Vance, he's like, I don't look back in the past. He's like, he wouldn't answer the question. He just like skated around it. And I was like, and he's not the only one. But
oh, they all do it when they don't want to answer the question.
I know they all do that.
With a question.
Just like your buddy.
Like I've never seen a moderator more openly biased than that one woman.
But it's just like a Caveman's favorite person, the lady that the
2023
spokesperson.
It's $65 billion
for what?
For Israel.
The White House press secretary lady.
Oh,
you don't
I hate
like
that fucking bitch.
And it says,
she's such a lying
disbursement
sack of shit.
I don't understand. Why is the funding separated between disbursements, obligations, then there's appropriated and planned?
Okay, I think appropriate means like they set the money aside theoretically, but what they actually applied to it may be different.
I guess disbursements is the final amount that it actually paid out. At the end of 2023, Israel got $69 billion. And Ukraine got how much? $17 billion.
Fuck Ukraine. Quit sending them bitches money.
And let's see, 2024.
I would like us to take care of some of our homeless here first. That would be nice.
Right? What about our people?
How about some people in North Carolina? They could use a little help in the Georgia and South Carolina, which they're helping.
Tennessee.
But where's this?
Tennessee, and it's been crazy.
So
there's people without mailboxes. They had their mailboxes blown away.
Come
what
on,
about
man.
Those people?
That bitch stole my mailbox and ran away.
Helene took all that junk mail
off.
Your check from Ed McMahon was in there, the Publishers Clearinghouse or whatever.
Son of a beatus.
That was your $1 million check. It blew away, and somebody's got it in their mailbox now because that mailbox is in their yard. No.
Obligations. Here we go. Obligations.
You're obligated to pay my bills.
2024, 1.5 billion.
Where do we get that kind of? I can't even imagine that kind of. I can't write that on a piece of paper.
Okay, so obligations 2024, Israel, 450,000. That's not a lot of money.
We don't send a lot. So they're like, we can do the shit on our own. We don't need y'all, but thanks, big brother.
It's going down.
He's like, yep.
They're like, we used to doing this shit. We've been fighting these motherfuckers for decades.
But I mean, I have one of my good friends is Jewish, and he told me a story. Like his dad said, He's like, you don't know what it's like to grow up every single day and knowing that everybody surrounding you wants to kill you, and they're actively trying to every second of the day. And he's like, you don't understand what that's like. And I was like, yeah, we probably don't.
No, we don't.
Congo's getting the most amount of money.
No,
right now.
but mice that live in the wall of a house with a bunch of cats, no.
Yeah, Congo's getting a fuckload of humanitarian assistance. Like,
and it's probably all going, and it's probably going to all the
That
drug
movie
lords and
sucked.
yeah, it's probably not getting to the people that need the
It
aid.
needed the money
Yeah, not giving it to
to make
people.
it better, but it didn't work.
Yeah, they're giving it to people that need bandanas and stuff like that. You know, like Axl Rose.
Ethiopia, Yemen. Yemen's getting a fuckload of cash.
We're giving money to Yemen when Yemen's like trying to. They're kind of
Right.
like they're backed by Iran, as far
Let's
as
see,
I
they
remember.
have $500,000 in humanitarian assistance, supposedly.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, $500 million.
$500 million. I guess when you print money
Sorry,
like that, it doesn't matter. $1 billion, $1 trillion. What is it? Yeah,
No, it
it's
matters.
another zero.
Believe me, it matters. We can't mix up these fucking numbers.
He's like, oopsies. New
They
guy.
need
I
to
sent
mix-
them $1
They
billion.
need to mix up those numbers and put them in my bank account.
You mean we were supposed to take the money, $1 billion from them? I thought you meant give them $1 billion.
Come on,
Oopsies.
take the money and
So
run.
Russia's not getting any money.
Yeah. Russia.
And China,
China. We make the best deals with China. I'm a deal
fuck?
maker.
yeah, they're getting money.
Yep. It's you know what it is? It's you remember that Nicolas Cage movie, Lord of War, or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, where he was the arms dealer.
he was the arms dealer to both sides, you know, and that's
Hey.
all it is.
Fuck Nicolas Cage.
So it was Nicolas
Yeah,
Cage's
China
fault.
wants to push war.
If I were gay, I probably would.
And
Oh,
they push
Just
Profit
take him to
after
a Diddy
dark.
party. It's all good there.
this is profit after dark.
I mean, not because I think he's attractive or anything, but I just think, you know, what a leg up that would be, you know,
Yeah,
going
you'd
out
have
for
to have
that
a leg
role.
up.
Oh, yeah, I fucked Nicolas Cage.
I
You
fuck
probably have
Nicolas
to have a leg
He's a
up.
crazy bastard.
So Australia is going to get $150. We're obligated.
Doesn't that belong to Lex Luthor? Didn't he buy Australia?
Australia is obligated for $150.
Come on, Caveman, you didn't get that?
Oh, I got it. I just don't
Lex
understand
Luthor,
why somebody would want to
ruler of
rule
Australia.
Australia.
Exactly.
It's full of the most venomous fucking shit on the planet. And
Yeah.
it's got those big ass spiders.
That's why God had to burn the entire continent.
Kill
And they still
me?
live.
Lex
The
Luthor?
natives who burn that
The
shit.
greatest criminal
The
mind?
greatest
Criminal
criminal
mind of
flame
our
of our age?
He cares for these people.
You know,
Like
all of
pets.
Gene Hackman's scenes for Superman 2 were filmed at the same time they were filming Superman 1. He did not come back for anything in
He-
Superman 2. He had, in
And-
fact, flat out refused to work with the director that they replaced Richard Donner with.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah,
and he
Richard
refused.
Lester?
Mhm.
Yeah, and he refused to go bald until that final scene. There were a couple when he did, because he's like, no, they're like, he has to be bald, Lex Luthor. And they're like, no, I'm not shaving my head for this film. I'm not doing it. So they had to give him like a bald cap when they finally made him bald. But that's why they had him with the different hair pieces.
It was bad enough they made him shave his mustache off because he didn't want to do that either.
Yeah.
Damn.
I don't know. Hackman looks better without the mustache, anyways.
I think so too.
Yeah. Then what is a couple more years later, or 2 or 3 more years later, then he did Hoosiers, which is probably one of his best films. That's
You
his
know,
first
now
film,
if you're
isn't it?
somebody like Stacy Keach, you look better with the mustache.
Yeah, it definitely.
Tom
you know,
Selleck.
because it hides your,
Tom Selleck,
your cleft
yeah.
lip, you know.
Tom Selleck and
Now,
John
Stacy
Oates.
Keach is a really nice guy, though. I actually,
Yeah.
he hired, when I was living in Santa Fe, New Mexico, he hired me to put in a hardwood floor. A recommendation from, I put in a hardwood floor for a friend of his. It was a jeweler.
So he liked your
And he
hardwood.
recommended me, so I got hired by Stacy Keach to help him with his hardwood floor. And I get there thinking I'm just going to work and put the floor in and leave, right? But no, he comes out with another set of tools and he's going to work with me. He's like, yeah, I'm retired now. I just wanted, you know, you could teach me how to do this, and then I could like do the rest of my house myself.
So when people needed hardwood, they called Destro.
Yes, they did.
Hey, everybody's got to start somewhere.
So Mickey Spillane's Mike Hammer likes hardwood.
That's some backbreaking work, fucking flooring.
Yeah, it seems like it. I wouldn't do that shit. Mine would be crooked. I've been in some houses where, I've been in some houses where there's a certain way that it's supposed to flow. Like,
right?
I don't know, north.
Well,
or
this
south
stuff
or east
was
or
tongue
west.
and groove. It was like it was tongue and groove, and I had the there's this like nail gun that like you put it up against the side of the board, and you hit it with a hammer, and it fires a nail at an angle into the tongue and groove. And it kind of like presses it up against it. So it's impossible to fuck it up. But the nail, it's like a $500 nail gun. It's crazy.
There was this guy that when we had bought a house years ago, and we had that really nice pergo flooring put in. And this guy, he was like, I only work by myself. He said, other people slow me down. This guy was like so good at it. And I watched him do some of it. And man, he was just like, he was like a machine, man. I mean, and they're like, and he was getting a little behind schedule towards the end there, but we were nice about it, of course. But he's like, no, I don't want anybody to help me. He's like, because they're going to mess it up. They're not going to do as good as I do. And I tell you, when he did that thing, that was the best flooring we ever had.
Hell yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't keep that house that long as I wanted to keep it, but I was like, oh man,
why don't you have the skills to put in your own floor?
You might as well get me to play sports, okay? It's the same answer. I'm not that good at it. There's a few things I'm good at, and putting floors in, playing sports, that's not it.
I'm not gonna play sports, but I'll put the floors in. I'll dig all the holes. I've done all the fucking plumbing here.
If somebody shows me,
right? Like if I was in a situation. If I was in a situation where I was given like a plot of land and said, go ahead and build your own house here. And they said, here, you could take either Ed with you to help or DFS. I'm taking DFS.
I will tell you that, you can take all the letters of the alphabet if you want to. They're all better than me. Trust me. I'm like, my dad tried to show me. My dad could fix anything. He was a shade tree mechanic, a plumber, an electrician. He could do refrigeration. He can do all that shit. Kept cars running for like 20 years. Do you have
a son or just daughters?
No. What have you heard of? What have you heard? No, I don't
saying, if you have a son, maybe he'll have the skill. Maybe it skipped a generation.
I got a puppy. Does that count?
Look, let me tell you guys a little story.
Yeah, go ahead and tell them. Oh, God.
Is it about a man named Jed?
No, it's about a man named Ed. He comes up to my house one time, and
I wanted to podcast the whole time, to be honest with you.
Well, we did podcast Saturday night.
I know, but I want to podcast all the time.
And then Sunday, I needed an extra hand. I was redoing my closet, putting up the wire rack and stuff with the hanger so it'll slide. The hangers will slide.
That doesn't sound like a woman I want to mess with. One with a wire rack.
The wire rack and
I like it to be fleshy and
hey, most of them have wire holding up their racks.
This is for Cavemann's coming out.
Right, I've heard that underwire shit is very uncomfortable.
Yes, my wife tells me it's uncomfortable all the fucking time.
What are we talking about?
That digresses from my point.
Yeah. Sorry about that. You're back
to
the wire rack.
That's fine. So we're putting the wire racks in the in the closet. Well, at least I am.
Yeah, I saw it done.
In there like 5 seconds. I asked him, "Hey, give me a hand." All I really need him to do is hold the stuff while I nailed it in and stuff.
It was like right here, and then there's the living room here, and there's something on the TV playing.
And then I look up, and Ed's gone. I'm in there working by myself, and then I'm like, Ed, where the hell are you? I thought maybe he stepped to the bathroom or something. Nope, not in the bathroom. I go out. He's sitting in the damn living room with my kids watching Horton Hears a Fucking Who.
I have a short attention span. I can't help it. I ain't no damn good.
Yeah, that reminds me of I helped a friend. I helped a friend of mine remodel his kitchen, and after we were done, like a few months later, I was over at their house, and they had some company over, other than myself, obviously, and the wife was standing there going, "Oh yeah, we remodeled the kitchen," and I'm like, "Bitch, I was there. You didn't lift a finger. What do you mean we?"
So our money.
Well, you know the thing is, being a helper as I am, I want to be one of those. I aspire to be one of those city workers,
One of
the
those
one that's
people
actually
that
doing the work.
Horton wears a who.
The
well,
one
his
that
buddy
sits
works in the
around
closet.
drinking coffee that you honk at when you drive by. I aspire to be one of those guys.
Hell yeah.
That's my sense. That's
supervisor. The supervisor.
Yeah.
The supervisor.
The supervisor. Yeah, I need to.
Right, keeping the IQ level so low that no one feels out of place.
That's right. I'm trying to bring down everybody's. I'm trying to make that curve better when they grade on a curve.
Right. Look, you're doing a great job. You're very intelligent. Your work is really solid, but you're making Sandy over there feel bad about herself. So can you tone it down a little?
Well, Sandy should slow the fuck down and take a break. Look,
like Sandy has a fucking glass eye. Why is she even here?
And a wooden leg.
We've got to hire so many people. You have to have on the job, right?
The monitor.
Right. She fills two of those.
I'm the anti-monitor. I'm the anti-monitor.
Woman and handicapped.
There you go. You got to check those boxes,
DFS, have you seen the Transformer dildo?
Oh shit!
Oh, that looks like it has electronic functions. I think it's qualified as a vibrator.
No electronic function.
Is that
no function.
There's no battery.
Is that where you and Profit?
No battery? Oh, then it's just an extravagant dildo.
I mean,
is that what you and Profit were using?
Look at how wide that urethra is.
It looks like a Colonial Viper from Battlestar Galactica.
You're selling it to me.
A little bit, yeah.
Hey, is that Caveman? Is that what you and Profit, when y'all both went off camera, or y'all trying that out?
Yeah, it looks.
Well, I don't have one, man.
Listen and getting a beer.
Did you mail it to him from your magic mailbox?
I got to use the Eddie Murphy method, and G.I. Joe got stuck under the water.
Uh-oh.
No.
Hold on, I gotta go smoke some weed.
Said my priest. This shit's too deep for me. But,
said your plumber?
Yes. That's the first and last time. I mean, that we've had DFS on the podcast.
Oh, that reminds me, like thinking of like people who come to your house on service calls. Have you guys ever seen the movie Mouse Hunt?
I don't know.
I've seen it, but it's been like when it first came out on VHS, maybe.
Christopher Walken plays an exterminator in it. And it is the best scene in the entire movie. It is fucking hilarious. Like he's crawling around like on the floor trying to like get information on the mouse. And he picks up a little mouse turd and he looks at it and he's like, gray, about 3.5 inches long. And then he eats the turd and he goes, with a slight calcium deficiency. And the mouse winds up kicking his ass, but it's definitely worth watching for sure.
Like I said, I remember I've seen it, but it's been so long ago.
Yeah, it's funny, and in the end, spoiler alert, the mouse wins.
The mouse wins.
They wind up having to learn to live with it instead of trying to kill it.
And they named it Fievel.
See, now that's what they should have done from the start. You name it Fievel, and then the mouse just leaves on its own. It goes west.
Okay.
There was a guy, and he was on the street. But I don't remember what his name was. It was the dude.
No.
It was a dude. Hey, Cheryl.
The lady that was on the show. I'm talking about interrupting me when I'm trying to write. That's what I'm talking
interrupting you.
No, but you do it all the time, so congratulations.
Yeah, you do it all the time, you
You
asshole.
haven't left the screen.
You didn't turn your screen or your mic off.
We had it paused.
You don't even
Well,
listen
you're not
to
there
me.
anyway. Oh, I'm not playing. I only listened into it to interrupt you. To see how many people were watching.
3 or 4. I think we're down to 3.
Yeah, it was 3.
And
Anyway,
one of those is
thought
Ed.
you'd like to know about the guy.
Hey, you know what I just noticed, Digital?
What's that?
Your background is superior to Ed's because your Death Star is completed and Ed's is not finished.
I've got one of those over here too.
Oh, so you have 2 Death Stars,
I have 2 Death
or at least a Death Star and a half.
A Death Star. Well, yeah. I was gonna say 3/4, but yeah, it's probably more a half.
I mean, think about it, man. If it was finished, maybe there wouldn't have been enough space there for a fucking Millennium Falcon to fly through.
That's true.
Right? The YT 1100 is a big ship.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have you ever played any like miniature combat or anything like that?
Nah, I got a bunch of those. Shit. What is it? The Marvel hero clicks.
Oh, all right, yeah.
I got a bunch of
actually
those,
have a
but I've
bunch of
never
Hero
played the
Clicks.
game because nobody else played it. But I just like collecting the little minifigs.
There's two different Star Wars miniature combat games that I play when I get the chance.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is called X-Wing, and it's basically
seen
just
that one.
dogfighting. And
I've
the
seen that
miniatures look incredible. They're like,
Yes,
you know,
they
little
do.
Star Wars Hot Wheels, right?
Yeah.
And the other one is Star Wars Legion. Now in X-Wing, all your
And
ships are
that's
painted
like
when you buy
miniature
them.
figures.
Yeah. They're like 28 millimeter,
Yeah.
right? So same size as like Warhammer 40K around there. But the difference is the X-Wing miniatures, they all come painted and like they're ready to go out of the box.
Right.
Whereas the Legion figures are like Warhammer, where it's like a model kit, you have to
Yeah, you
assemble
have
it
to-
and paint it yourself.
Yeah.
So your average army is about 500 points for Legion.
Mhm.
And I have like 3,000 points of Empire.
Sweet.
All painted. Like I painted it all myself. It all looks great. But the idea was I wanted to like run a campaign that mixed X-Wing and Legion together in one game. Right? So basically each player would pick a homeworld like within the Star Wars galaxy.
Uh-huh.
And then when I set missions out, they would have to come from their homeworld to whatever planet the mission was on. So, like, if someone else was closer, they might get an extra turn to do something before the other ones even arrive.
Right.
Right. And on top of that, there'd be certain, like, if they have to travel far enough, they'd have to travel, like, through, like, Imperial space, at which point they'd have to roll to see if they got detected. And then they'd have to have a little game of X-Wing before they could get to the mission.
Sweet. That would be, yeah, that sounds cool.
Right. And when you like completed missions, like for example, so and the great thing about it would be not anyone playing in it wouldn't need to buy like a whole army worth of shit because you got like a character, some backup, and a ship.
Right.
Like that's all you're bringing to the table. So for example, a mission would be steal the shuttle and fly away. Right. So you got 4 different people there trying to complete this mission, 4 different players, and I'm playing as the Empire. Right. And you're walking past Imperial patrols, and when you walk past, you roll to see if you're detected, right? And what's great about that is, let's say somebody gets detected, well, all the stormtroopers that are watching other people are now running over there to help the ones that were detected, and the other guys can just waltz in and finish the mission.
Yeah.
Right? And after the first person finishes the mission, then everybody else gets bumped down to like a side mission. You know, shut down the shield generator and escape is now your mission, right? Now, because the shuttle's gone, you're fucked. but each troop you killed would earn you credits that you could use to buy better weapons, improve your dice rolls, things like that, But it would have been a lot of fun. Problem is, like all my friends that played moved away. And
Yeah. Because like we used to, my friends, we used to play Magic a lot, Magic the Gathering.
Jesus, I was a judge.
And
You bought me cards, some Magic cards, and I thought they were cool, but I didn't know how to play them. And then I moved
you
away.
didn't have enough to build a deck or something. I don't remember.
Yeah.
What did I get you? Did I get you one of those beginner decks or something?
I think you did. Yeah, it was in a little carton or something. It was like, okay, I don't know what to do with
Learn
these.
to play, it's fun.
It could be. I'm sure it could be. I just have to regularly play with people. Maybe we should do that on the stream.
Decks are pretty amateurish.
That would be good because when I play cards with people, I always you play cards with me, Caveman, so I always fan it out and then I'm talking and I'm like doing like this and people see it and I'm like, blah 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 blah.
So what you're saying is I want to sit down at a poker table with you.
You do. What do we got there?
Transformers card game?
Yeah. They did this card game briefly during Siege.
Yeah, that was the one from Wizards of the Coast, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, those are cool.
And it's a fucking badass card game.
I like how it's got like the robot on one side and then the
Is that lenticular
on the other side,
or just the glare?
No, it's just foil.
Oh,
yeah, they're foiled cards.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Those are badass.
Sweet.
Rumble. Raider Rumble.
Oh, my shrapnel finally came in at Big Bad.
So I don't know if you guys saw this, but the newest set of Magic is Ghostbusters.
Yes, but that's like a special. Those are special versions.
They've been doing that a lot lately, though. They did the Lord of the Rings set.
They have the last couple of years. But see, like those Ghostbuster cards,
Magic, like I quit altogether. But if they make a G.I. Joe set, I'm back in.
they very well might.
I mean, it's all owned by Hasbro, so why not, right? That's a property they can make a set out of without paying anything. I was
going to say that. Yeah, they don't have to pay anything for that.
Wish we got this toy. Come on. What the fuck is it?
Oh, sorry, let me put you on blast.
Where's Sea Watch? Give us Sea Watch.
That looks like it's on Mustafar.
There's Ratbat. Ratbat again.
Oh, I thought it was Red
Dazzle
Bastard.
Strike. I have Dazzle Strike. It came with green light. Yeah, damn.
Is that one of the weaponizers?
Yeah, he's a womanizer. It's a real womanizer.
Yeah, he's a womanizer.
He's a womanizer.
He's
a
womanizer.
What's his name? Basil Exposition?
Oh, yeah, here's part of Six Gun. Here's the other part of Six Gun.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, yeah, that Pokemon gimmick. You need 2 cards for this.
Hope you get them.
Take them apart and you choose.
Magic did it first with the BFG or the BFM.
You see,
it was a 99.99
in either mode. You can play them.
You had to have both cards to play it,
and you could split it. It hit like that character. You could split it, and then you can take these cards and you can use like these on your other characters, or you can use him as one complete character. Wait, where did that card? Yeah, you could add these as boosters on another character, or you could flip.
Oh, right, because they turn into weapons, right?
Right, and then
all modes of weapons. So
his own character.
Sweet.
So technically, Megatron should be in there.
Megatron? Do I have Megatron card in here? He's a different size card. You see, those are the smaller cards. So you gotta get in these size cards, right?
Nice. Look at those, man.
Yeah,
like a novelty deck.
That's cool.
Sergeant
Shrapnel.
How come we ain't getting?
Hey, I just did a review on his ass.
Well, we need him in Siege.
Really? When are you going to review the rest of it?
I just need to bring back Siege.
All I know is my damn shrapnel finally came in at Big Bad Toy
There's
Store.
Megatron. You see
Megatron.
Nice.
You would think he turns into a gun, right?
No, he turns into a tank
Ah,
because that's the thing now. He's a tank. He's always been a tank. He
Like,
never
we don't want
turned
him to
into
be a gun. So
Honestly-
we'll make him this vehicle with a bunch of guns.
It seems like he should be something like a tank because otherwise somebody's got to wield him if he's a gun, right?
Yes.
And
And
he's
All
got-
honestly,
Starscream usually
I've
fight.
seen him float. I've seen him float shoot. This card.
It makes more sense for Megatron to turn into a tank, but there's just that nostalgia factor of him turning into a
to a
pistol.
gun.
A
They could have
Walther
met us halfway and
P38.
made him like a howitzer or something, though.
Dude, I'm hearing
True.
people saying Transformers 1 is the next best thing to the original cartoon. There's some people that really
Oh, I love
it.
that first Michael Bay movie.
No,
Absolutely love it.
no, I'm talking about the cartoon that everybody holds in high esteem.
I liked it.
Yeah.
And I hate everything. Huh. Huh.
Give it to DFS. He'll eat anything.
Yeah.
That's right. He's Mikey.
DFS
Hey,
liked
Mikey.
Transformers 1. So, what do you think about that?
Sergeant Hound.
Ooh,
He don't like anything.
they need to release that fucking hound out of that 5-pack
that fucking
single. God
hound again?
damn it.
You know this motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen him a billion
Private
times.
ass swipe. I mean, side swipe.
Side wipe.
Sergeant Ass Swipe.
That card's ratchet.
Ratchet. I wish we got a good ratchet like that. We got a different ratchet.
Oh, Red Alert only gets to be a private.
Here's a Chromia. Shit.
You know
Yeah,
what I liked about the Michael Bay Transformers movie, that first one, were the little nuances, like the way Prowl had to punish and enslave instead of to serve and protect on his car.
Yeah, not Prowl.
Oh wait, because Prowl was the good guy cop car, right?
Yeah. You mean fuck? What is his fucking name?
And it always
Barricade. You mean Barricade?
There you go.
Yeah, it totally got on my nerves about Bumblebee not
Impact.
being
Oh,
able,
you ladies man 281197.
but Bumblebee not being able to speak in the Transformers film.
Who is that? Crosshair?
Crosshair. Damn, look at that fucking badass.
That's one of the Siege ones I skipped because I was like, I don't remember him.
No, you can't skip Crosshair.
He's completely
did,
bald.
man.
There's not a single hair on his body. What a ridiculous name.
Crosshair. Hot dick.
Who is that? Hot Rod?
All right. He's the wrong color though. Look, he's red.
Yeah.
What color is he supposed to be?
Hot pink.
I always thought Hot Rod was a cool
Orange.
Transformer. Like as a toy, it was one of my favorites.
Jetfire.
Jetfire. Awesome.
Acetron. Oh yeah, see these cards. Oh yeah, see. Sandstorm.
Sandstorm. Now, if y'all hadn't checked out the United, is it United? Anyway, the Legacy Sandstorm is pretty badass.
But yeah, you don't want to fold that. No.
Oh no.
Hell no. Not on any day of the week. But yeah, I wish they kept doing this. Instead, they fired Wizard of the Coast.
Well, at the end of the day, like Wizards of the Coast, like they make most of their money off tournaments,
Yeah.
right? So if the game isn't bringing in the players, they're not going to keep making it, unfortunately.
They decided to do a different, like their own thing, and they make their own game that was.
Well, what'll happen now is we'll get Transformers Magic cards.
No, they're not. It's not a competitive game. It's like a single player thing or something. Oh, green light.
Okay. Yeah, I have a G.I. Joe deck building game that's like that.
Yeah, Springer.
It's like solitaire play, or it's at the end of the day, it's not player versus player. It could be multiplayer, but
Man,
they're
I'll tell
all
you
versus
what,
the
that's
game.
one mold. I hate that damn Springer mold.
Hey, you watch your mouth. Then
No, I hate that Siege Springer, man. It's a piece of shit to transform. I fucking hate it.
So
I hate transforming that motherfucker.
when I got Siege Springer, every day I transform him through all 3 modes for like it was about 6 months straight. Every day I went through all 3 modes.
And every day you were going, fucking son of a bitch.
I looked at the pictures and I was like, do I even know if this is the right fuck? God.
Yeah, the instructions weren't the greatest.
Who thinks that DFS is channeling Keith Richards?
Keith Richards.
I don't see him snorting any
Keith Richards
ants.
has a channel. Maybe we should go look at that.
He looks like it with the bandana a little bit. I don't know why.
Get back. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sick.
You know, I like the Earth Wars or Prime Wars versions of the Insecticons. They weren't that bad, even though they skew a little more towards the IDW barricade.
This is one of the best Siege figures ever.
Yes, it's one of the best Siege figures and one of the best. I call it an Earthrise figure, even though officially it's not an Earthrise figure. The one the Amazon that came in the 2-pack with the spy dude.
Shoot. The spy dude? Amazon?
Yeah, the one that he's an Autobot and he's a Decepticon. And then he has a car mode too.
Punch, counter punch?
Yeah, that dude.
Fuck yeah. Who the fuck is this? Deadlock.
I never heard of that motherfucker.
Oh, this shit. Look at that fucking badass alt mode. What the fuck?
That's like some Batmobile inspired shit.
Yeah, it's all gothic looking. And it fucking doesn't even have a cockpit. Just straight up yo ass.
Reminds me of the Jason Statham Death Race movies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They made that thing. Lockdown. Oh, what?
Lockdown.
They had a lockdown back then? They had art for Lockdown? What the fuck?
Man, out of all the versions of Lockdown to do, and they didn't do the animated one.
Look at that. If they did that thing,
that's bad ass.
Fucking badass. Is that a Hot Wheels? Jeez.
That's some Mad Max shit going on.
Somebody
all them
fucked up.
spikes and
Tell
shit.
you what, well, they need to bring back Siege.
Chop shop.
It's too early to bring back Siege.
Yeah.
Damn.
So digital, did you watch the Netflix One Piece?
I did not. I've seen like little bits and pieces of it. My kids were watching it when I was editing videos or some shit, and I like saw bits and pieces of it.
Man, it is so good.
Oh yeah, I got that one.
I know he's great.
Not the card, the figure.
The figure's great, yeah. Same with the
Snapdragon too.
They're great. Spinster.
That is actually a pretty damn good mold.
Yes.
And I wish I had got the Autobot one.
Yeah, I have that one.
The paint on that one is fucking awesome.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. They're both fucking awesome.
Runabout.
What?
Yeah,
What?
I picked that
Almost
one
a little
up too.
different, huh?
Runabout and Run Amok.
Yeah, the Alma's a lot different.
Yeah, that's
pretty badass. Oh hell yeah! So I don't know. It still looks kind of Earthrise-y, huh?
yeah.
Still looks more.
Yeah, that's not real CG. Spark Stalker. Who the fuck is that?
Cryptology Black Ops. Oh shit!
He turns into Lockheed.
It's a horror con, a flame con.
Flame Con.
Flame con.
Flame on.
Oh, Soundwave.
Soundwave. Oh, but it's the shitty spaceship one.
The spaceship.
You know, I took that one. I turned him into the lamppost.
Man, spaceship sick. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's too small.
Mud flap.
Mud flap.
Mud flap.
Hang on, I will get my siege one.
What? Where's our mud flap? Give me that shit. Look at that. Look at that cab. Wow. What? Thing's got fucking 12 wheels on it. 12 wheels. Cheese me Christmases. Yeah, I'll take Mudflap. The 8-face. Mudflap. Oh, here's Run Amok. Who's he fighting? Oh, 60. Kind of got like a Corvette shape to the front end. The nose. Oh no!
I said light post. He's more like a communications tower.
That's horrible.
That's weird. It's like he's got cars in the air or something. Like,
that's horrible.
No, it's like antenna.
Someone should take that away from you.
No, it's mine. My precious.
Someone needs to take that away from him. My
Look,
mom took
I had an extra one. I had extra tapes. I had extra pieces. I had to do something with them, man.
Shoot. Scotrid.
And
this is a good figure.
Rental period has expired again. I shall return.
Good figure. And now I'll show you all of them as action figures. I wish they all had figures. Damn. There's a bunch of this shit unopened. There's a lot more of these motherfuckers. Raiders Storm Cloud. This is a Micromaster that came out, but the alt mode looks way more badass here. Badass. Detour. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, this came out as a Micromaster.
So how's your massive Diaclone headquarters coming along?
Yeah, I can probably... Let me see if I can take you over there. Let me take you down.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to next Saturday's show, Ed.
Yeah. What you got planned? I think it's going to be great. What time is it going to be? 9:30?
9 Eastern, I believe.
9 Eastern. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what we did before. So
see if I'm.
I looked at Kaz was still going on their stream, and they had the same amount of people in as we do.
You lazy animals.
You're lazy animals.
They just sleep and they eat and poop.
That's what they do.
Yeah, it looks like on screen right now it's just Kaz and one other guy. He's got 2 people watching.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And unfortunately, I was one of them.
You were one of them.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well.
Did they have power? Did they get power back?
No, they were still sitting in front of their house.
That's crazy. That is so crazy.
DFS is going to show us his Diaclone stuff. Now, he 3D prints this shit himself.
Oh, wow. Cool, cool.
It's kind of Transformers adjacent. And it's a much smaller scale. Like the humans are like maybe just shy of an inch tall.
Uh-huh.
There's this base here I've been setting up.
And they've all got little magnets in their feet, so they like, you know, can stick on the base and stuff.
I think it's kind of bright. Let me turn this shit off. God damn. Hold on. Got this fucking touch thing here. Oh, let me see if I find it. Here it is. Jesus. Where's that little thing? Hold on. I gotta use my eyeballs.
Sounds like what she said.
Hold on. See if it'll turn on. Oh, it's only getting brighter. Oh, let me unplug the motherfucker. Oh shit. But yeah, I made this little landing pad up here on one side. And it goes over here.
That's 3D printed? Or that's your 3D printer?
No, some of the pieces are like that, connect some of the pieces and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But most of this is like some of this, like this shit's all cut out of fucking wood. And with a, you know, like a jigsaw. And I fucking routed into the wood so I could, and I cut these fucking acrylic pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd be like kind of like I don't know if you could see it. It's kind of like a little roof or shade over the front. And then over here on this side of the motherfucker, it's got this other pad. I don't know if I can fucking get it. There. I'll take that fucking thing off of there. I'll take that motherfucker off so I can show you the pad that it's on, because I put a lot of work into it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's like a 2-story motherfucker so far.
Yeah, so like it's like scratch building mixed with 3D printing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty damn cool looking, man.
That is.
Bullshit off here. Yeah, there's a bunch of bullshit I had to put into here where I thought a lot of thought process, and there's still a lot of shit I want to do. Where
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Diaclone, because you see how big that base is with him standing next to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there's like hundreds of little people in that base, right? Whereas if you were to make that same exact base, but in like G.I. Joe classified scale, it wouldn't fit in your house.
No, it wouldn't.
yeah, it's just all the little detail I put into the little pad. I can't get it to show. I'm trying to show it from a fucking laptop. So fuck hard to show what the fuck I'm trying to show you.
Nice.
But yeah, same thing. I cut out all those.
Is that like a landing pad or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
it's
landing
like
pad
a-
for a massive ship.
Yeah,
Okay. Cool.
It was all these different pieces I ended up cutting out of different materials and then overlaying them. And then, yeah, I put a bunch of work into the decals here. Let's see, and some of these decals are glow in the dark, and some of them are light reactive. You know, the 3M shit. And then there's the magnetic command center thing here. Here, let me turn the lights back on.
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
Yeah, I was going to say the same.
Let's see.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see the little
Yeah,
motherfucker
that looks
right-
incredible, man. That is awesome.
See the little motherfucker right there. Yeah, I've been doing like even today I was fucking with it, so some of the stuff I haven't put back. It was and people and then someone messaged me today and asked me to take pictures. I was like fucking trying to throw what I had taken apart back together really quick.
Hey, can you show Ed like a character, like a human, like in the scale with the Hanger Bay there?
Not a real human, just a
No, a diaclone, yeah.
right.
Oh, there's one there. There's one there. There you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
look at it. So you can imagine how many hundreds of people would fit
Wow.
in this base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see fucking
Yeah, that's one of the ships.
yeah.
Little dude in the cockpit.
Yeah, up here. This level.
It's a little fuzzy.
You know, I bet you M3 would love to be thrown in a pit full of cocks.
But yeah, this is
Oh my
my
God.
my dollhouse or whatever.
It's your
And,
Barbie house.
Yeah, it's like a dollhouse. And,
Yeah, no, that's fucking awesome, man. I
It
understand
is awesome.
completely, man.
Yeah.
Like
And
I
you
do
see
the
there's,
same
like,
shit with my
trusses up here?
classified, but on a smaller scale.
See, these are all 3D printed. These trusses up here, and these are compatible with these parts that like slide, and they have little pieces that come down for display and shit.
Oh, nice, like a track
Sweet.
system across the ceiling.
Yeah, it's a gantry. But yeah,
Nice.
but I 3D printed some of my own and put them up here, so that way.
That's dope, man.
So would you have like ships or something hanging from that, or theoretically?
Well, yeah, giant robots, big ships, huge, like
Okay.
massive tank vehicles.
Okay.
Like Diaclone's all about like future military.
Okay.
Yeah, there's more pieces. I have to reprint some pieces, but I've been tired of fucking 3D printing shit. Now I'm just sending shit to fucking China and having them print my shit because I'm fucking tired.
How many hours have you put into that?
And and I'm not. It's not like I'm poor by any means. Where I should just have other people do that for me.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Elon walk down the steps a minute ago, so I figured you weren't that poor.
Yeah.
So how many hours have you put into this?
There's a shitload of diaclone. Into this,
Yeah,
countless.
countless.
There's been I sleep at night, dreams. So I'm working on this piece here for the top. Let me see if I can try to explain it. I might even have an illustration somewhere around here, but it's gonna be like half 3D printed and half laser cut parts, and it forms like a fucking dome over the top kind of thing.
Sweet.
And it has like a walkway like on the top with like little radar and satellite on the fucking top, and it's got like a door that open that's here between that ship where the ship lands, and but it'll cover all the way over to like all the way to about right there, and then come over to here, and and then after it's got that on there, then I'm gonna put a hinge on the motherfucker over here. I'm gonna put like a big plexiglass thing, so It'll be like an artificial door, and then the whole thing will be like enclosed, like a big ass building.
Sweet.
You know?
Yeah, that way you won't have to blow dust off all the tiny
Yeah, no
shit all the
shit.
time.
Exactly. Then it'll keep the dust out to a degree of my dollhouse.
Hey, they're not dolls, man. They're action figures. So it's an action figure house. Actually,
I don't
it's
know.
an
I think
action
at that
figure
scale, they count as figurines.
Figurines, 1/60th scale.
But they are articulated, so they might qualify as action figures.
Yeah. Let's see.
I love it when stuff that's that tiny is articulated, man. That's
yeah. Like the damn Micro Galaxy Squadron.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, fucking see, motherfucker.
Shit, that's about the only way to get Star Wars ships these days.
Fuck you, Star Wars.
Fuck you, Disney Star Wars.
I don't know, man. I think the vintage collection might be making a comeback.
Yeah, but most of the vehicle stuff is like super expensive. If not,
I think like Black Series is like failing them.
I think it is too.
And you can only put half of that blame on Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's only fair we blame her for 100% of it.
Well, she doesn't have control over it, Hasbro.
Well, they do kind of have a certain degree of control because they can, they pretty much tell Hasbro which figures that they need to make.
Didn't Hasbro take a big hit on the Star Wars toys and about damn near put them out of business?
Yeah, well, I don't know about damn near put them out of business, but they took a big hit on them. From Last Jedi and
Rise
of Skywalker,
or whatever,
and even the first part of it to a certain degree.
Well, I mean that original Blacks, like the Last Jedi stuff was coming out around the same time as the
Mandalorian stuff.
The Red Line, right? Like, oh no, that was Force Awakens.
Yeah.
But the Last Jedi stuff, none of that fell under the new digital face print technology.
Was there any Luke Skywalker?
Right? So there's no such thing as a Poe Dameron with a good face sculpt.
No.
There's no such thing as a Finn with a good face sculpt.
No.
What his character said? Ray. That's all he said.
I love you.
Was there any after
Fuck
Mando,
you, I love the Force.
After Mando season 2? Was there any Luke Skywalkers that they put out, or
there was that one episode in the Book of Boba Fett?
Well,
he's talking about figures, but yeah, they did do a figure, a Luke.
There was that
Grogu,
one figure from the Book of Boba Fett
where they were training on Mustafar, whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, there's the Jedi Luke and Grogu 2-pack.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's on clearance every fucking where.
Got the little jumping effects for Grogu.
Yeah, I mean it's a neat set, but I didn't feel the need to get that one. I was like, that Luke isn't any better than the 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi Luke.
Right. And I wonder,
even though I know it's different versions and the suit is different.
Did they make it look more like Mark Hamill, or did they make it look like?
I almost think that's impossible for anything under like a Hot Toys.
The closest they've come to making a Black Series look like Mark Hamill is the Dagobah training Luke that came with the correctly sized Yoda.
Yeah, and that one's not even that close.
I mean, it's serviceable, but that's the best I can say about it.
It's like all their Luke Skywalker figures. You can tell it's supposed to be Luke Skywalker, but they don't. It looks like Luke Skywalker, but it doesn't look like Mark Hamill. If that makes sense.
It does.
I mean, Mark Hamill just has one of those faces that's difficult to put down in plastic. And Harrison
I
Ford,
thought you were
too,
going
to
to
a
say
certain
difficult
degree.
to look at without wanting to punch.
Well, that too.
No, nobody wants to punch Luke Skywalker.
I kind of want to punch Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, he's kind of, in A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, he's kind of a whiny bitch like his daddy was.
That's
He's
true.
a crybaby through the whole first trilogy.
Yeah.
Until he gets to like
not as
Return of the
much in
Jedi.
Return of the Jedi,
because then he
but
had
definitely
found
in A New Hope and Empire. He was
So in
whiny.
Jedi, he's just overly dramatic with his bad acting.
Well, that's just
George,
that's just
probably
because
wrote-
he's not a great actor, and George Lucas isn't that well.
Well, George Lucas doesn't know what humans sound like.
Well, he doesn't. He's not allowed to write dialogue.
Well, I was going to say George Lucas, and then I was going
Dude,
to change
that
it to
scene with
Richard
Luke and
Marquand,
Leia,
but
like-
actually it was George Lucas because he was on the fucking set every day, looking over Marquand's shoulder.
Right? Like that scene
Giving
with Luke and
direction.
Leia on the fucking bridge in the Ewok village. Like that is
Yeah.
some hammy
It's-
fucking acting on Mark Hamill's part, man.
Yeah,
Mm,
I think Mark Hamill's best role that he ever did was voicing the Joker for Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, I'm not saying he can't act. I'm just
It's
saying
not the one he'll be remembered for.
no,
Yeah, he'll always be remembered as Luke Skywalker first.
I'm partial
But-
to Luke Skywalker, so not to take away from his Joker, because people should mention him in the same vein that they mention. I can't think of the guy's name that passed away. That's
Kevin
Batman.
Conroy.
Kevin Conroy. When you talk about who's the best Batman and who's the best Joker, they deserve to be mentioned along Nicholson and
well,
Ledger.
Conroy is my
Conroy.
favorite Batman.
Yeah.
He's very good. As I get older,
And he qualifies as a movie Batman because of Mask of the Phantasm.
That's right.
Technically,
And that
right,
did
it
have
was
theatrical release.
it did. And the thing is,
And so
I find
did,
myself as I get older liking, maybe it's some nostalgia, but liking Adam West more, appreciating how campy it was and still good,
Well, you know why? You know why I think it is that we're able to enjoy that campy old garbage now? Here's
'Cause it's
why.
gone so far the other way.
Because we have crisp, clean, pretty versions of that at our fingertips at all times. So you can go and visit that campiness anytime you want without being stuck with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? That's the issue. The reason we thought it sucked before was because it was all we had.
Right.
Yeah.
That could be
And
true. As you get older, your tastes change, and then it's like people are realizing a lot of the new stuff isn't as good as the old stuff, and we find ourselves returning back to that old stuff.
Not just that. You have to remember that the Adam West Batman show was a representation of what the character was, even in the comic
60s.
books at that time.
Yeah, because Tim Burton changed the character of Batman forever with his movie.
Well,
He did.
even before that,
and that was dark for
Frank
the 80s.
Miller changed. Well, he basically changed the face of comics with The Dark Knight Returns.
True.
You mentioned how adults' tastes change as they get older.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting fact. The older you get, the more of your taste buds die.
Yeah, that too.
Right? So
That's
children have way more taste buds than adults. So forcing your kids to eat their Brussels sprouts is tantamount to torture. Remember
But they
that,
have
parents.
But they
Remember
don't
that.
have. But they don't have well-developed brains until their early 20s.
Hell yeah.
Or
I
fully
never
developed.
made
Doesn't
my
change
kids
the
eat
fact that
Brussels
Brussels
sprouts.
sprouts are bitter and awful as a child.
I never made them eat Brussels sprouts or broccoli. They learned to eat fucking broccoli on their own. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I hated broccoli as a
Hey, look,
child.
broccoli, you can put cheese on that or
Exactly.
sauce of any kind, and it's great.
I love broccoli.
There's no disguising the stinky bitterness of a Brussels sprout.
It's weird for me because I
Just eat
hated broccoli growing up. I love broccoli now, especially with melted cheese. But Brussels sprouts went the other way for me. I can't stand Brussels sprouts all of a sudden. I do not like them. I don't know what it is. but I hate them.
I do
They're
not like
fucking
them either,
nasty.
Sam.
That's
I
what's
am.
wrong with them.
Yeah,
I like all that shit. I like everything.
I will not eat them out of box. I will not eat them with a fox.
even if she looks
It's
good.
like
Fox.
it's like Uncle Roger said, vegetables taste sad.
I found myself jonesing for corn the other day. I was like, I want me some damn corn.
Tastes sad.
Hey Ed, how much Uncle Roger did you watch the other day when I told you to watch some of that?
A lot.
It was fucking funny too.
That is a
wasn't it?
lie. I can tell. He's lying through his teeth.
Yeah,
He didn't watch any of it, the bastard.
You
I'm sure.
fucker.
You know, I have a short
bitch.
attention span.
God,
Put it on now.
My
I'll watch
God,
it.
his videos aren't that long, dude. Come on.
Whatever.
You gotta listen to him talk about how Jamie Oliver is a bitch and Gordon Ramsay, he lost his uncle status, but then he got it back.
Oh God. Hey, guess what? These headphones that I changed, it said if I go on here and take a picture and put it on Instagram or whatever, using them, and it's a good video, I could win
You'll get a
$100.
15% discount.
I get a 15% discount, but I could win a $100 Amazon gift card.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You
I
could,
got
but
the
you won't.
I got the secret code, but you can't see it.
You know what you're gonna win? You're gonna win two things.
Nothing.
Jack and shit.
Jack and shit. That's exactly what I'll
And
get.
Jack left out.
Oh shit.
You're
That's what I'm
up shit
with.
creek without a paddle.
Paddle. Exactly. Ugh. How long will this stream go on? We're 3 hours and 41 minutes right now.
Are you trying to tell us you're done?
No, well, I've been done for a while, but it's just like, you know what the thing is? Like,
You guys turned my channel, my tech channel, into a toy chat.
exact.
Hey,
I was looking at my stats
there's
the other
tech that
day.
goes into that, man.
Yeah, Caveman, I was looking at my stats for that last stream we did, and when we crossed midnight, I had like 18 views, and then I had exactly 18 views in the next hour. So I don't know if it split the views or if it is, I don't know.
I don't know. See, the
Maybe
live
just
shit
crossed the hour.
is weird because it's like you check it tomorrow and then the numbers will be high.
Right. You know, it'll be 30s
And then
or
you
40s.
check it in about 2 days and then the numbers will be nil.
As long as they count it towards my whatever minutes, you know, because
You'll end up getting like 0.01
because
watch hours or some shit.
I think I'm 300 watch hours away from a 5,000, which would be another milestone for me, according to TubeBuddy. And I need one more sub to hit 75. So if there's anybody here that haven't subbed, so I need
Damn,
I
how
need a
many
sub.
times do you need me to sub,
Buddy,
man?
that sounds pornographic.
I need, if that's what it takes to get 75 subs, I need some subs, y'all.
Some doms.
I'm going to call Subway and tell them to sub me. That's something. I want to get to 100.
Now you're just replacing random words with the word sub. You're like a Smurf.
I'm subtracting.
You're doing math.
You know what's funny? You know what's
I'm
funny is that
Smurfable.
there's a Smurf comic out there, right? And you know it says all ages on the cover, but I'll tell you, this is verbatim some of the dialogue from that comic book. She's so Smurfy, I want to Smurf all over her Smurf.
Payo is a sick motherfucker.
I want to cover her in Smurf.
I want to show her my Smurf.
And DFS had to go and check on his Smurf.
Now he just shut his camera off because he's walking away from the Diaclone now. But yeah, man. So what do you guys think about after 84 doing the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
I'm all for it.
That's cool.
It's easy. It's Infinity War's number 1, maybe Endgame number 2, Captain America Winter Soldier probably number 3.
Man, see, it's a lot harder for me.
There's a Guardian of Galaxies in one of there somewhere.
Honestly, if I had to pick my favorite Guardians, it would probably be the first one.
I only seen the first one.
You know, I like all the Guardians movies pretty much the same. They're
I
fucking
do.
amazing to me.
No.
The third one was good.
Right? Or the third one? Prophet.
I think I like the third one the best.
Prophet showed me one, and the animals were cute and sad at the same time, and it was funny.
That was the third one.
The third one I thought went kind of hard, edged it. It probably showed more than we needed to see.
I liked it.
Well, see,
but it was good.
Iron Man 1, that probably makes my list.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Definitely.
You know what? I'll just I'll say the ones that I think could make my list because I haven't narrowed my list down yet. Iron Man 1 could make my list. Captain America, the First Avenger, could make my list. The first Avengers movie could make my list.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Winter Soldier will make my list.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy will make my list. Civil War will make my list for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Doctor Strange could make my list. Guardians 2 and 3 could make my list. Thor Ragnarok will make my list.
Yeah.
Infinity War will make my list. Endgame will make my list. Spider-Man Far From Home will most likely make my list.
Definitely.
Yes.
Black Widow might make my list.
Are we held to 10?
Love that movie.
Are we
Yes,
Prophet? 10? That's
it's 10. 10 is what we're going with. I'm sorry, No Way Home, not Far From Home. No Way Home will most likely make my
the
list.
last one. Yeah,
I knew what you meant.
Both the Doctor Strange movies have a chance for me. Let's see, Deadpool and Wolverine definitely will make my list.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Because beyond that, you've got let's see, movies that definitely have no chance of making my list.
Both Black Panthers.
The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, Iron Man 3, Thor Dark World, Age of Ultron, Ant-Man,
I enjoyed Age of Ultron.
Spider-Man Homecoming and Far From Home, Black Panther, none of the Ant-Man movies, the Captain Marvel movies, they're going to be like the most dishonorable mentions.
No. Definitely.
Shang-Chi, really great, but wouldn't make my top 10.
Yeah.
Eternals, that's probably on most people's wall of shame, even though I like it.
It's okay.
Love and Thunder, wall of shame, 100%.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We can agree on that.
Forever, wall of shame.
Yeah, terrible.
Quantum Mania, wall of shame. The Marvels, wall of shame.
Yeah.
You know, so
you could call it the wall of
ones, but I'm gonna have to make a.
You could call it the wall of shit.
a hate list for this one too. You know, like the bottom 5.
Hey, Prophet, it's not a wall of shame; it's a wall of shit because you can throw those against it.
I don't like calling it a wall of shit because then it'll smell.
I'm assuming we're only
bad enough without stinking too.
We're only including theatrical releases and not Disney Plus shows.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we may not be able to find enough Disney Plus shows to do a top 10.
And only the MCU proper as well, too, because I know, like, retroactively,
they're
all MCU now because of other bullshit, but...
Because of the multiverse.
Yeah,
See,
only films that were MCU from the start.
Iron Man 3 over the years has grown on me. And it's now become a diehard Christmas movie.
I think Iron Man 3 is great. I've never had a problem with Iron Man 3, even when all the haters were hating it. I was like, what Iron Man 3 shows you is that Tony Stark is Iron Man with or without the armor.
Right.
And that was what made that movie great to me.
I just like the second one, the scene, what was it? when they race the suitcase suit.
Yeah, that was the one against Whiplash.
Oh yeah, the Model 5.
Yeah. Well, the for me, the first Thor, I enjoyed it, much more, of course, than
I didn't
Dark.
hate it, but I didn't
Yeah.
love it.
To me, it felt like, and I have to remember when that came out, and I was like, I don't think they can do Thor in live action. I really didn't think they could, because all I could think of was Thor on the Incredible Hulk from the 70s, and I was like,
Oh,
I
that
know
you're
was
talking about on the not the Trial of the Incredible,
but the
Return of the
fact that
Incredible Hulk.
right. But Kenneth Branagh did a really good job of directing that and bringing that kind of what's it called? Not mythical, but you know what I mean, the magic side of it out. The Asgardian.
Well, I will say definitely
Shakespeare.
the Asgardian parts of that movie were the high point.
Yes, and that's sold it for me on a lot of ways. And the Frost Giants, him fighting with the Frost Giants, and first time seeing Thor fly with the hammer and all that, and then when he's fighting the Frost Giants, and those were really cool moments. They kind of ingrained in me. And for me, watching the original, the first Avengers movie, there's so many parts of it I love, but my favorite part is probably Iron Man and Thor going at it and that fight scene. I still
cool
thinks that's great. And it was so good,
There's a lot to like about that first Avengers movie, man.
There is.
Yeah.
It was a great time to be a geek.
I honestly think that one still stands up as one of, if not the best superhero movie. I think when Avengers came out, they said everybody's talking about Dark Knight's the greatest comic book movie ever made, and I think when Avengers came out, it kind of knocked that out.
Well, there's
a movie that it upsets me that it's left out of everyone's conversation when it comes to best comic book movie ever made. And the reason is because every single piece of the cast for that film, for the one I'm talking about, is perfect in every way. Even though one of them died making it. I'm talking about The Crow.
That first Crow with Brandon Lee.
The Brandon Lee Crow.
Brandon Lee's The Crow.
And the rest of them are fucking garbage.
They are. But that Brandon Lee Crow movie is a standalone movie anyways.
Yeah. I mean, I know that, but
it's you can't really put in the Joker as I don't really see that as a superhero, not a superhero movie.
Well, we're not calling them superhero. We're saying comic book movies.
Did y'all hear that, by the way, that DC and Marvel lost the copyright to the word superhero? Neither of them bothered to apply for it.
I saw that headline. I didn't read the
So I guess everybody's going to be a superhero movie now, and they'll call it that. But
I mean, how do you copyright a word like superhero? It's like, come on, man.
Well, everybody uses it anyway.
I think George Lucas copyrighted the word
superhero over at Image. Hell yeah, they did.
I think the word android or droid when they were
he couldn't have, because droids existed before Star Wars.
Yeah.
But I remember some talk about that, because when android
and they're a real world object, you can't like make actual robotics manufacturers stop calling that shit droids,
Yeah.
Well, I think he tried, or at one point he did. Yeah,
there was some talk about it.
Registered trademark of Lucasfilm, and has been since 1977.
I thought so. I thought so.
That is amazing.
Verizon Wireless,
because he probably trademarked it back then, and so everybody's like, "Oh crap!" Well, yeah.
Well, but the word's older than that.
But nobody really used it.
Than that, it is, and I forgot. I've looked it up once before. I think it's attributed to the same inventor who had the Waldo, which is a articulated arm, and there's a book about the Waldo, and it's about this device that helps a crippled person.
Oh, interesting.
I think it was an old inventor. I can't remember his fucking
I wonder if he owns that still, or did that just magically pass to Disney? I wonder. Because
It was probably copyrighted under Lucasfilm.
Lucasfilms.
So Disney
and
probably
they own
owns that
Lucasfilm.
now.
LCD.
Yeah.
That's crazy though.
I wish Disney would just take
ride
Lucasfilm
the
off.
wireless.
I really, at this point, wish Disney would just take Lucasfilm off of Star Wars. I don't want to see that name muddied anymore with the crap they've been putting out. You know.
I don't know.
I mean, they're under pressure. They're under pressure to make back all that money that they spent to buy Lucasfilm.
But it didn't have to go this far. If they would have listened to the true fans, they ended up calling everybody toxic.
They'd make more money if they listened to what the fan base actually wants, rather than the garbage that they give us.
And if you look at what DC did, they did it the wrong. They overcorrected too damn quick.
Yes,
they overcorrected while filming. You know,
are they producing any other films this year besides like the Star Wars shit?
No,
because I know they did. They're listed as producers for that Transformers 1.
Because all they're getting, we'll get Falcon or whatever the new Captain America 4. We're going to get that
Brave New World.
Yeah,
that comes out in what, January?
February, I think. And which it coming out in February, even though it's been pushed back so much, that film has got to make a shitload of money because it's rumored to be about a $400 million budget for all the damn reshoots that they've done to it. They basically redone the film many times.
Made it
like
twice.
Honestly, I'm more excited about Thunderbolts than I am Brave New World.
I am not excited about Thunderbolts, and I'm trying to get excited about it, but I don't care at this point. I really don't. But maybe after I see Captain America 4, it's going to prime me for that, and then maybe I'll care more then. That's what I'm counting on.
We
right
can
now,
hope.
I don't give a shit.
It's live action.
Yeah.
Honestly, the one I'm most excited for, though, is the Fantastic Four First Steps.
No thanks.
July
I
2025.
want to be excited.
Yeah.
For that one because I love Fantastic Four.
And I'm sorry, guys. I've never hated on the first two, including the Silver Surfer that they did. I thought they were good for the time.
Enjoyed those movies. I think they
enjoyed
were
them too. I thought the casting was great.
I won't say they were great adaptations of the comic book, but I think they were decent adaptations.
They were more lighthearted,
especially the second one. I think they hit more on the core of Fantastic Four, which is family. I think they hit more on that in the second movie.
They made
than they did in the first
huge
one.
mistakes.
Well, we know.
First mistake, Thing was in a foam suit instead of being a digital character.
I don't think they had the technology in budget at Fox
well,
to do it.
The technology was there, but I don't think it would have looked. I don't think a digital thing would have looked any better than the foam suit at that point.
Yeah, and then
the other thing is because they had already done Ang Lee's Hulk had already come out at that point.
Well, that's true.
But I would have accepted that level of Thing.
Yeah. There are things that I like about Ang Lee's Hulk.
But you can't have the Thing be shorter than Reed Richards, man.
No, that's true.
He's the shortest guy on the fucking team. He's supposed to be an 8-foot tall rock dude.
I like Michael Chiklis in the role,
right?
though.
Now, the other problem, before I sidetrack us, the other problem is Galactus being a smoke monster instead of a giant being.
That was a big fucking mistake on the director's part, hiring the fucking lost smoke monster to play Galactus because he didn't like, quote, giant robots.
All they had to do is show a head, with the like the helmet kind of him.
Right. They could have done like they did with Dormammu and Doctor Strange.
Exactly.
Fox should have hired a fucking director that, if not already familiar with the source material, would have made himself familiar.
We could have got Caveman to do a green screen with an action figure and then blow it up and put it on the big screen.
That's right. I have a couple of Galactus. God damn it! Just not the HasLab.
All the successful superhero movies come from one of two types of directors. either the director is hyper talented, like the Russo brothers, or
Right.
Yeah.
or what's his name, the Dark Knight trilogy, Nolan.
Nolan.
Right now, those guys are just amazing directors. They're going to take any source material and make it great. Or guys that genuinely love the source material and want to do it great.
Right. And
Right,
we've
but
seen
when
the
you
Russo's brother-
hire just jackasses that have never read a comic, right? When you hire J.J. Abrams, who's only seen the original trilogy, then you get dumb shit in your movie like him thinking he invented fucking jetpacks.
Right. And the Russo brothers, we've seen they can't do really anything successfully other than MCU. But thank God they're good at that.
I don't know if I'd say that, man. Community was a great show.
I never watched it. I heard about it, but never watched it.
I
That's when
tried to
Chevy
watch it. I
Chase-
just couldn't get into it.
I
I don't
couldn't
like.
either.
I don't like the lead.
Who was
What's
the
his
lead?
fucking
Yeah,
name?
he's Joe McHale's hard pill to swallow, but
Yeah,
everyone
Joe
around him is
McHale,
amazing.
I can't stand his ass.
Yeah.
No,
You had-
Community is fantastic though, man.
That had
It
Lando
really is great.
Calrissian on it, doesn't it? Lando.
Yeah, it did.
Childish Gambino.
Danny Glover's son. I
Yeah.
can't think of his name.
He's
Crispin.
not Danny. He's
The
not
Crispin
related
Glover?
to Danny Glover.
No, Denzel Washington's son. Isn't he Denzel Washington's son?
And incidentally, neither is the singer of Living Color.
Corey, what was his name? Corey's.
I don't know, but he thought he was the cult of personality.
The cult of personality.
Well, no, because his name is
Corey
Glover. His
Glover.
last name is
Yeah.
Glover.
You're right.
So everybody was like, "Oh, it's Danny Glover's son, the lead singer." No, it's not, dude. They're not related.
We don't all
That's-
look alike.
that's because Danny Glover said, "I'm too old for this shit."
I'm too old for this shit. Next generation.
Uh,
But I tell you guys don't know nothing till you know.
I know lots of shit.
Emmett
but
Otto's
it's
Jug
useless.
Band Christmas. That's what I'm talking about. That's hardcore right there.
Damn.
Much
Dude,
love
you know,
for
I
everybody.
honestly, so you were talking about that the other day. I never heard of that shit. I ain't gonna lie.
That is Jim Henson. Some of
It
Jim
is?
Henson's best.
And I
work.
love
Yes.
Jim Henson,
And
man.
it's got. I remember when my nephew watched it. I was I couldn't wait till he got old enough to like watch it, and we were watching it, and I was lucky to get the DVD. And we're watching. He goes, "I don't like it." And he was like, "What do you like about it?" "You can see the wires," and I'm like, "I know, but you have to understand. That's all the technology we had back then. I don't like it. I like new things." I'm like, ugh.
I like new shit,
Exactly.
not garbage wires.
And this is where with his generation, I realized, and Caveman said this too, and I've thought this as well. Lucasfilm, one of the most brilliant things they did was expanding the whole universe of Clone Wars and doing the animated series, because that was my nephew's first foray into Star Wars, and he, loved all of that. And then I think the movies kind of came later, or they had already come out. I'm not sure of the timing.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
But-
look, man. Once you get into like season 3 or 4 of Clone Wars, it's great.
It is great. And that last season, oh my God, that last season is so
Oh, season 7 of Clone
7 or
Wars
8 or whatever
is
the
a
last one.
masterpiece.
Fantastic.
and I mean, just them bringing it back after all those
See,
years.
but Rebels, I liked Rebels from episode 1.
I enjoyed Rebels.
Rebels, Rebels had to grow on me a bit. Season 1,
I haven't seen
while you kind of have to watch it so you understand what's
Right.
going on. It's not my favorite. It's like Clone Wars. Season 1 of Clone Wars, I've seen it so much I don't like to watch it.
because it gets so much better later. And yeah, it's
But
like,
Rebels,
I just wanna
it's
skip
like
ahead.
season 1. I'd rather just start with season 2 when Darth Vader shows up. But
And honestly, if
you
you
have
get
to watch season 1 so you know what's going
if
on.
you watch the live
Well,
series,
see,
the Disney
here's-
Plus Ahsoka, you need to have watched that. Rebels.
Here's the way that I view Rebels. Rebels is the exact same story, the exact same saga for Ezra Bridger that it is for Luke Skywalker.
It is.
Except Luke Skywalker is a farm boy and Ezra Bridger is a street rat.
Right.
Yeah. Sure.
But it's all about the progression, and that's what's great about the show. Is it gives your young potential fans a character to latch onto, you know,
and you grow with them.
the one they
Yeah,
want to
and-
beat for Halloween. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. My youngest too is my son. You know, that's his Star Wars. He loves Rebels.
Right.
My oldest girl, she loves Clone Wars. That's her Star Wars. My middle child, she just kind of, you know, she doesn't really have her own. She kind of likes Clone Wars. She didn't like Rebels. She just didn't.
Now you can't have a household.
It didn't
You
attach
do not need a house divided
her.
where you have a child that says I don't like Star Wars, because my nephew
No,
at
it's
one
not.
point
It's
says,
not. You know, it's nothing like she doesn't like
'cause
Star Wars.
that's
She just,
you know, I'm sorry, but that's called bad parenting.
she just doesn't have one that
depends on what Star Wars you're talking
you know
about.
that
That's
she loves. There's just not one that
Right.
she loves.
She's in between, so she kind of like likes them both, but she hasn't figured
Right.
out which one's her favorite. But like my
You could
nephew
be one of
said,
those parents that's like, look, sweetie, Star Wars is cool now. Look, it's Lizzo.
Yeah, no,
yeah, here, look, they drink blue milk. Luke Skywalker really doesn't.
no,
like the
no. They
Jedi.
were listening to me. Were like, what the fuck is this shit?
They're like, what's wrong with our dad?
They're
Something's
like,
wrong with
what,
him."
what's wrong, Dan? I was
He's
like, why
perturbed.
the fuck is Jack Black and this Lizzo chick on fucking Star Wars?
But you know, I've been
Christopher
like
Lloyd.
selling my my Black Series collection,
Yeah,
and there's just like a few things I'm keeping. Right, I'm like, well, I'm keeping the Empire,
right.
like just because, you know, for stop motion purposes, like Darth Vader, the Emperor, and Stormtroopers are hilarious.
Right.
But I'm also keeping Nell and Cheel and the modal nodes.
Yeah,
You know, the jizz whalers. You got to keep those.
yeah. You got to
And
keep
the
the
only other
jizzers.
thing I'm keeping other than those is the crew of the ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have the first releases of that one or the repaints?
I have the first releases on well, Ezra was right from the start.
Right.
So the only one that I have that's still the old one is Kanan.
See, half of mine is the old stuff. I have the old. Well, you know, they're all the old ones except for Ezra and Sabine. Those were the only two I couldn't find originally.
Yeah, well, I had to update my Hera because she's my favorite character.
Yeah.
So at this point, I actually have 3 Heras. I have the original Hera, the remake Hera, and then the Ahsoka show Hera.
Ahsoka.
Right.
See, I like
to
the
mention the Hera on the Ahsoka show was played by one of the most beautiful women on the face of the earth, Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Who's
you know,
the one with the butt?
I enjoyed Ahsoka, but I didn't feel the need to buy the figures for it. It's like Andor. I really enjoyed Andor, but I don't feel the need.
That's an interesting show.
Andor,
because it's like one of the people always say it's one of the best Star Wars Disney Plus shows, but the least amount of people watched it, and it's so weird. You know, it's
well,
like people
that's
say it's
because
great.
it's more. It's not as action oriented as say The Mandalorian. You know, there's a lot of intrigue and backstory and shit going on.
I just can't remember.
Well, see, like I'll pick up an Andor figure if he's in an Imperial uniform, right? Like that. You know that they're releasing that the female lieutenant, the female Imperial lieutenant, the blonde chick.
Yeah,
from,
the ISB
Andor
chick.
Like I'm definitely picking her up just to have another female Imperial officer. You know what I mean?
I almost picked it up, but I was like, nah, I want this Commando.
Because I got that Tala just because she was a female Imperial.
Yeah, and I bet they're on the same buck too.
Peace out, homies.
Probably. It wouldn't surprise me.
All right,
Thank
dude.
you, DFS.
Yeah, I gotta go sleepy. Bye.
Hey,
All
have
right,
a
man.
good night, brother. Thanks
you
for
for
coming
being
on.
here.
Good night, homies.
No, but like I already have the Bill Burr in the Imperial uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to get the Mando in the Imperial uniform as well to go with him.
Yeah, see, I passed on those. I was just like, I don't know, man. It's not that I didn't like it.
To me, it's I like to army build the Empire.
Right. And that's a
So
chance
for me, they're
add
extra
to your,
troops, you know?
Yeah.
Like that
Right.
No, I get that.
The Solo movie, Han Solo, the mud fighter Han Solo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I would pick up a couple of those if I could find them cheap, but that's the only figure that's expensive from that movie.
Right. Yeah, everything else went on clearance. And if you can find it, still on clearance, except for that Stormtrooper.
Right? Because
Which
people are army building
because
it
it's
as
on
Empire.
It's on the old mold. The double hinge pinned.
But I'm going to
elbows and
pick up
knees,
Bodhi Rook
the
just
skinny
because
one.
he's in an Imperial uniform. You know, I need to get Galen Erso still.
You know, I had several opportunities to pick that one up on Markdown, and I don't know. I just didn't feel the need to get it, man.
I just like having a massive Imperial army.
No,
I mean, my Imperial army is probably 100 figures.
Damn. I might have between the old mold and the new mold, I might have like maybe 10 Stormtroopers.
I've got about 30 Stormtroopers.
Oh.
And about 12 of those are George Lucas.
Yeah. When Amazon had that one on sale, that was the time to pick that one up when you could get him.
Yeah, I bought a stack of them. Well, because it's like,
$12.
dude, it's a cheap Stormtrooper.
Oh yeah,
you know, and it's got George Lucas's head, which I pop one of them off to make a custom George Lucas figure out of a Peter Parker body, you know, because he's wearing.
Did you paint him a plaid shirt? It can't be George Lucas without a plaid shirt.
I almost put that Logan body on him just because he's wearing the plaid shirt.
Yeah.
Do you have your Kathleen Kennedy action figure?
I'll never own I only have action figures of real people when I like them.
Hey, Prophet,
I have George Lucas, I have Jon Favreau, I have Dave Filoni, I have Stan Lee, I have Jack Kirby.
You should make a custom Kathleen Kennedy action figure and mail it to Ed.
You should have her go through your diet. You should have her
Kathleen Kennedy figure. The first thing she's gonna do is like try to add shit to my toy collection, like put a chick in it, make it gay, and land.
Make it female, make it gay, make it super gay.
I said that's what y'all were gonna say. I was waiting for y'all to say that.
Why were you waiting? Why didn't you say it? Fucker.
No, you know what I'm jealous of? That Prophet Director hasn't found it important enough to make an action figure of myself or Digital Caveman. I feel left out. I don't feel seen.
Look. Let me go ahead and just put it like this, okay?
I know we're not good enough.
M3 got an action figure because he is a fucking action figure.
Well,
you know why Curtis got an action figure? I'll show you. I'll actually show you an image right now of why Curtis got an action figure. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go pull the picture up, and you'll see exactly why Curtis got an action figure.
It still has nothing to do with it.
Here it is.
Hold on.
Give me a second.
That's what she said. At my age, you have to give me more than a second.
All right, there you go.
All right.
That is why Curtis got an action figure, because he looks like fucking Bill Goldberg. I got his custom head without doing an ounce of work.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yes, it would take a lot of work to make an action figure as ugly as me.
Well, the thing is, what's the character? Two characters that embody me is Jar Jar 3PO.
Yeah, that's how you make. That's how you make Ed. You take a C-3PO body and you pop a Jar Jar head on it.
And you have like noise coming out
Well,
of his
see,
mouth.
I could almost do a digital caveman, and here's why: because I have the from the MCU, I have the Ego figure, and I figure I could slap some glasses on that, and that would be close enough, to having a digital figure. Maybe take some green stuff and make the beard a little longer.
Yeah.
All I know is my life is incomplete until you idolize me, or what? Not idolize me. What's the word? That too.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
Memorialize me.
Bro.
Yeah, you gotta memorialize me.
What Ed's trying
to
say is he wants to be in the theater watching the movie too.
Hell yeah.
Hey, are you ready to be really upset, Ed?
No, but I got something else to tell you real quick.
I don't have an Ed figure, but I do have a Donald Trump figure.
Only if you put Kamala's head on it.
No, it was from the Apprentice show. He says you're fired a lot.
Oh dear. I used to have to say that to people. You're fired.
You're terminated.
Right? Nothing makes your day as happy as when you get to fire somebody.
I know. Yeah. Oh
no, nothing makes your day.
I mean, you feel so powerful
as when you get to fire somebody you don't like.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, I don't like anybody, so it's always a good day for me to fire someone.
Are you telling me I'm fired? No, you're terminated.
You're terminated.
Here, would you please fill out this questionnaire and sign this green sheet?
Yeah, I know.
Man, it boggles my mind, guys, because I thought we were gonna have at least 3 movies that everyone picked this time, but there was only one movie that was picked by every single person.
Wow! Don't tell us. We already know what it is, but don't tell us.
I don't know what it is.
It's Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
right,
fair
but there was one person that M3 didn't pick Terminator.
We can't be friends.
And then what was it? Curtis didn't pick Gremlins.
What?
I don't think I picked Gremlins, to be honest.
Oh, maybe it was you that didn't pick Gremlins.
It was probably me, yeah.
Because I had other Gremlins. Stuff. You motherfucker.
Because I had Buckaroo Banzai in there.
No, Gremlins beats Buckaroo Banzai because Gremlins is a better Christmas movie.
100%.
Yeah. Mm.
It's right there. It's one of those non-Christmas movies. It's up there with Die Hard. They tell you it's not a Christmas movie, but it really is.
It really is.
Mm-hmm.
It really, really is.
Yep.
Because who doesn't want to pop a gremlin in the microwave literally for Christmas?
That would be a cruel and unusual punishment. You couldn't show the.
But it's
getting microwaved these days.
Creature.
No, but he was just conflicted because you don't have bad guys anymore, right?
Who said that?
Oh, everybody says that. Disney.
Don't have bad guys anymore. I'm gonna cry because bad guys were my favorite.
Bad guys.
The villains are always more fun.
Yep. Villains.
So I discovered this really cool thing because I was trying, for the last few times it was I would have to open up a folder and then go back to the other folder over and over again to make sure I'm getting everybody's picks right.
Yeah.
So I did this. I discovered this new way to go about it. It's actually pretty awesome. So what I did was I took and opened up everybody's folder separate in a different window.
Mm-hmm.
Narrowed the folder down to where the large pictures there was only one. What room for one in each row,
right?
And then lined up the 5 folders next to each other on my screen. So now I can scroll through and it looks like a slot machine.
Oh,
You know, I just have to roll on each different folder differently. So
Right.
3 of us picked Nightmare on Elm Street.
okay.
So that one didn't get as much traction as I thought it would. Let's see what other ones got shit on here. Oh, only 4 people picked Beverly Hills Cop.
Wow.
I thought that would do better.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't think I picked that one.
I did.
I don't remember why. Something else
All
beat it out.
6 of us picked Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
All 6 of us didn't
So-
pick Temple of Doom.
No, Temple of Doom was not picked by all 6.
What?
That surprises me. That was the
Let's
one
see.
I thought we
Ed
did.
is the one that did not pick Gremlins.
I did
You
not.
fucker.
Let's see. There's someone that didn't pick Temple of Doom as well. Who was that? Oh, that was M3. Didn't pick
I
Temple of
almost
Doom.
said M3.
Damn. So Temple of Doom isn't gonna make like the list for the decade.
No, it's S tier
Okay.
because 5 out of 6 is all it takes to get S
Okay.
tier.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Like there's 4 new S tier movies this time. So we are
it
stacking up
could
the
be
S tier a
5
little bit.
So 5 out of 6 could get you S tier as well as 6 out of 6.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
It's just if you're 6 out of 6, you get the
'Cause
recognition of being
In that
like,
case,
perfect.
I would say we'd have a mandatory watching of Temple of Doom with M3, and he'd have to keep watching it until he agrees it's really good and it goes on his list.
Indy, cover your heart.
I know you got to have Temple of Doom in there. I think there's a law against not having that in there.
I mean, there was one. There were a couple of things that really upset me with this. Because I didn't realize I was so alone. Romancing the Stone has 4 votes.
That's a great movie.
I thought
I know I
Purple
voted
Rain
for
would
that
get
one.
more. I thought Purple Rain would get more than it probably got.
You know, I've never seen Purple Rain, not even once.
Yeah, so the last Starfighter didn't get shit.
That pisses me
I know
off.
I put that one on there.
Yeah, only 3
I
of us.
didn't know
Only the 3 of us are the only ones that picked it.
That's crazy.
Really?
That's a
Yeah.
shame. So that does.
Yeah, so M3 is the one that ruined Indiana Jones and the Terminator.
Because literally, if you look at Terminator, it's one of the only films, I think that in Terminator 2 that have 100 on IMDb. People have rated that 100, like a perfect movie. And actually, Terminator, the first Terminator, is really more a horror movie than it is an action
Yeah,
movie.
well, I don't know about
100%.
horror, but it's definitely a thriller.
Yeah,
Oh, I think it falls under horror.
I would give it horror. I didn't think about it when it came out as that, but yeah, it definitely was. It scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, and then the second one was an action movie.
Was probably the action movie, arguably
And then-
the action movie of all time.
3,
Well, of its time for sure.
I guess I would classify 3 as an action movie as well.
But a lesser.
And
Yeah.
then Salvation was more like a war movie.
Yeah. Genesis was.
A
It's getting
It
dumpster
worse.
kind of
fire.
went back to its action roots there. Well, not roots, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, Genesis was a dumpster fire.
Well,
I disagree.
Caveman and I
enjoyed it.
we both
Genesis.
enjoyed it.
I really
We're-
wanted to see where they were going with that storyline.
Yeah, because it left it open, obviously, for a sequel. We knew there'd be a sequel regardless. But yeah, because the AI wasn't dead or whatever, it was buried under all that.
Well, I'm just saying, fucking Khaleesi did not play a good Sarah Connor.
She was too thin. She wasn't after,
Well, she was too short.
too
She was
short.
way
as well.
she's way shorter than Linda Hamilton.
Right. She could never live up to the badassery that Linda Hamilton had. Even
Woohoo!
in Dark Fate. I mean, I enjoyed Dark Fate, and there were people that when that came out, people said they liked it and they thought it was a good movie. The critics liked it, fans liked it,
Yeah, I
but not
still
enough
have
people went to
not.
go watch it.
I still haven't finished it.
It's good. I mean, the Rev 9
I've started it like 5 times, and I just
was very, very interesting, you know, and
for one
I
reason
tried-
or another, I just hadn't finished it.
yeah.
Well, hey, I just loaded up my sizzle reel for the week because I forgot I didn't do it yet.
So, Ed, when you just lifted your
Sorry.
hand in front of the camera like that, it reminded me of a cruel joke I played on my mother. I took like a photo of a spider, like a big ass spider, and put it over the backup camera on my car. So that when Mom got in and put it in reverse, she would think there was a spider on the fucking screen.
I hate you.
Well, anyway, guys, my rental period has expired, and I think I am about to go to bed. I got to get up in
It's
the morning.
pretty late. It's 1:00 in the morning where I'm at. So it's 2 where you guys are.
Yeah,
I
it's
got to get
2:05.
up in the morning and cut some trees.
You need any help?
Yeah, like I'm gonna wait for you to come and help me. You'll be in
Hold
the
on a
house
sec.
watching fucking TV.
Right, you'll be on the couch with the kids watching Blue's
Yeah.
Clues while he does all the fucking work.
Somebody's got to entertain
No, mine
the
are old
kids.
enough they don't watch Blue's Clues anymore. But yeah, he'll be
See,
watching
that's
TV.
that's where we differ, Ed. You don't need to entertain the kids; they'll entertain themselves.
Damn it.
Kids are great that way,
That's what I hear.
right?
Especially
you should
when
see
there's
them in
more
the
than one of
minds
them.
when I give them a break.
I know. They're happy.
They make up little games and pretend they can escape.
But you've been working so hard on this next episode of 1984 films that I worry you don't have enough time to supervise the kids.
Well, you delegate that authority.
Yeah, you got to have a manager or somebody to.
Yeah,
You need me to
Baroness
come there
needs
and-
a job.
It's like that. That's not a job I want to do in person. I mean, I
Yeah,
am
you wanna-
tyrant enough to put the kids in the minds, but I'm not tyrant enough to whip them personally.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
But
I have other
anyway,
people do that.
good night, fellas.
Yeah, I got to go
And I
too.
will
Have a
see
great
y'all
night,
later.
fellas.
All right.
Good night,
this was fun.
Internet.
Good night, everybody. Let's see.
Welcome to the Geek Homeworld podcast. I'm your host, Ed, aka the Savage Tech Man. We talk film, TV, and tech, all from a geek perspective. You can find us on X, Instagram, Facebook, and you can subscribe and follow on YouTube at Geek Homeworld. Don't forget to subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Be a part of the Geek Homeworld.